Thank you, Nabil. It's an honor to be with you all this afternoon. Feel it's fitting, as the World Religions Conference often has in past years, to start with some words of peace. Assalamu alaikum, Buddha Namo, peace, shalom, Sat Sri Akal, Namaste, Wich Ki Ying, greetings of peace to you all. And thank you all for joining us again this afternoon. Welcome to the 41st World Religions Conference, one that brings together well-known scholars from around the world's major religions to speak on a common topic from the point of view of their respective religious traditions. Now, in my case, I first attended this event about 16 years ago in 2007. As I was looking myself to be hearing from different faith traditions on the topic that particular year. In the time since, this World Religions Conference has become Canada's largest and longest-running multi-faith event of its kind. We're also now back. It's been 3 years since this event has been fully in person once again, and so it's all the more special to have you all here with us this afternoon. As you know, the theme today is a particularly fitting one, healing in a polarized world. And that theme we're going to hear addressed by 7 different faith traditions and one philosophical tradition. Scholars are going to be presenting from each of their respective perspectives. And I can speak louder and closer to the microphone, perhaps. How is this? Is this any better or worse? It's better. Okay, should we start again? Thank you. Feedback is certainly welcome. Once again, good to have you all here with us this afternoon. Again, our topic, if you didn't hear me earlier, you can read it off the front of the room, Healing in a Polarized World. Now, the hope is, over the course of the next 4 hours or so, to gain a better mutual understanding of different faith traditions' perspective on this topic, with the hope of building towards a stronger mutual coexistence amongst a wide mix of perspectives. And so I mentioned a few times, we're going to hear from 8 different traditions. Those are Buddhism, Islam, Sikhism, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, indigenous spirituality, and humanism. Now, the order in which you're going to hear from folks was actually selected at a random draw at the conference held in 2021. Thank you. I'm going to get some more feedback if this continues to fall down. Thank you. It's working now. I should also note, to recognize the territory on which we are gathered this afternoon. I realize I have not done that yet. As many of you are well aware, we are gathered this afternoon on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Neutral, and the Anishinaabe people. This is actually, we're on what's Block 2 of the Haldeman Tract, land that was promised to the Six Nations in 1784. And in fact, 95% of all the land along the Haldeman Tract, which is 6 miles on each side of the Grand River, has never been paid for or paid to Six Nations. This is not just a historical injustice, this is a current injustice, and one that you're hearing increasingly at the beginning of events like these for us to appreciate that and ensure that that is part of the conversation that we might be having this afternoon. With all that being said, we'll pause to find the right page. Microphone's not moving, at least. It's a good start. We're now going to shift to have a recitation from a Holy Scripture. This event today, as you all are aware, is primarily organized by the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. And so it's typical for the Muslim community to begin their programs from their holy book of Muslim, the Holy Quran. And so we're going to have a member of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community come to the microphone for a recitation from that scripture.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you all. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين لله شهداء بالقسط ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم على ألا تعدلوا اعدلوا هو أقرب للتقوى واتقوا الله إن الله خبير بما تعملون. وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لهم مغفرة وأجر عظيم. Translation: I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the rejected. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the ever merciful. O ye who believe, be steadfast in the cause of Allah, bearing witness in equity, and let not a people's enmity incite you to act otherwise than with justice. Be always just, that is nearer to righteousness, and fear Allah, surely Allah is aware of what you do. Allah has promised those who believe and do good deeds that they shall have forgiveness and a great reward. Jazakallah.
Thank you. We'll now bring some folks onto the stage that you've all been looking forward to hear from. The first, I'd like to invite Lalkan Malik, National President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada, to join me on stage. Also joining on stage will be the conference coordinator, Nabil Rana. This is going well so far. Now we'll invite each of the speakers to join us on stage from the backstage area, greeted by Nabil and Lalkan Malik, starting with representing Buddhism, Ven Kalubowila Ananda, a profound thinker. He serves as a resident monk and a director at the Waterloo Wellington Buddhist Monastery, offering Buddhist discourse and meditation to promote mindfulness and spiritual growth. Welcome. Representing Islam, Imam Aizaz Khan from Vaughan. They are a prolific speaker and a learned scholar of Islam. They are the Imam of Batum Islam Mosque, one of the largest mosques in North America, located in Vaughan, and serving as a missionary of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat. Welcome. Representing the Sikh religion, Professor Komal Kaur from Cambridge. Spiritually attuned, Professor Kaur is committed to bridging cultures and communities through education. They enjoy serving the local Sikh community, singing hymns from the Sikh scriptures, and more. Welcome, Professor. Representing Judaism, Dr. Karen Mock from Toronto. Dr. Mock is an engaging speaker, human rights consultant, and educational psychologist. She was also the executive director of Canadian Race Relations Foundation and the League for Human Rights of B'nai B'rith. She's active with the Canadian Association of Jews and Muslims, Arab-Jewish Dialogue. Welcome, Dr. Mock. Representing Christianity, someone that folks in this community know quite well, Dr. John Malloy. Dr. Malloy is the director of the Centre for Public Ethics at Martin Luther University College, formerly Ontario Cabinet Minister and member of Prime Minister Chrétien's senior staff. His most recent book is a fairly fitting one, Politics and Faith in a Polarized World, a Challenge for Catholics. Welcome, Dr. Malloy. Representing Hinduism, Chander Khanna from Toronto. Mr. Khanna is the VP of the Hindu Institute of Learning. They serve on the spiritual committee of the Associations of Himalayan Yoga Meditation Societies and is a founding member of the Toronto Local Societies Initiative under a Temple Foundation grant. Welcome. Representing Indigenous traditions, Professor Malcolm Solis from Ottawa. Professor Solis is a well-famed traditional Aboriginal spiritual teacher and speaker. They are a Wolastoquk person from the Tirik First Nation. He has been a Wilfrid Laurier professor for 35 years and a researcher in many areas. Welcome, Professor. And last, representing humanism, Catherine Demou from Waterloo. Catherine is dedicated to humanist principles and social justice. Their work is reflected as a licensed humanist officiant and president of the Society of Free Thinkers. Welcome. Now, we're also quite honored to have a number of dignitaries with us this afternoon, and I'll now invite them one by one to also join us on stage. First, the MP for Waterloo, the Honourable Bardish Chagger. MP Chagger, come on up to the stage. The regional chair for the region of Waterloo, and in fact, one of my predecessors as MP for Kitchener Centre in years past, Karen Redman. The MPP for Guelph and leader of the Green Party of Ontario, Mike Schreiner. And Christine Lund, Principal Dean of Martin Luther University College. Wonderful. And so I'm just told that Karen Redman and Lal Khan Malik will be the ones who are unveiling this year's plaque. The plaque is to the right. And so if you both could head over towards the plaque. Great question. Sure. Excellent choice. By virtue of the presiding authority trusted upon me, I, Mike Morris, declare the 41st World Religions Conference now open. Now, for folks that's on the stage, I invite those who are, do a quick photo. I'll now invite folks to stand. We will be having the Grand Philharmonic Choir joining us for the singing of the national anthem. Folks in our community know the Grand Philharmonic Choir quite well. They're one of the largest classical musical choirs based in Waterloo region, and it's an honor to have them here with us. They will lead us in singing O Canada.
Respected presenters, dignitaries, friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May peace and blessings of God be upon you all. Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada and all partner organizations welcome you to this beautiful celebration of mutual respect and harmony. The World Religion Conference brings together different faiths and philosophies promoting peace, understanding, and tolerance. This is a wonderful opportunity to come together and share varying perspectives in a respectful forum, promoting a message of harmony, respect, and acceptance. We are meeting at a time when the world needs immediate peace and healing. The conflicts in Ukraine and Israel and Palestine have caused suffering and despair. It is unbearable to witness loss of life of the innocent women and children. I hope that throughout this conference you will hear from renowned scholars of different faiths on how to attain peace and heal our polarized world. Therefore, the conversation should not end at this conference. I encourage you to share your views on peace and healing and celebrate the many differences that make our country strong and envy of other nations. The World Religion Conference is well positioned to play its part. From very humble beginnings in Brantford in 1981 and moving to Waterloo, Kitchener, and Guelph, this conference continues to bring understanding and respect among the followers of all religions and philosophies for the last 40 plus years. The holy founder of Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad of Qadian, India, expounded on such interfaith interaction over a century ago, describing the basis of respect for others' faiths and respect for the founder of all religions, he wrote, and I quote, "This is the most attractive and peace-giving principle. It provides the basis for reconciliation among nations and promotes better moral conduct. It teaches us to believe in the truth of all the prophets, wherever they might have happened." End of quote. The world head and fifth caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, while delivering a keynote address at a similar World Religion Conference in London, UK, said, and I again quote, "All the major religions of the world taught the worship of God and love and compassion for mankind in their original form. If these original teachings were upheld today, it will lead to a harmonious society free from conflict and war." End of quote. Congratulations to everyone who is participating in today's event. I wish you all a wonderful and a meaningful conference. Thank you.
So now we will begin by hearing 3-minute introductions from each of the speakers from our faith traditions that are here with us, followed by a minute or two from each of my colleagues who are also here with us. Now, before we do so, I want to just point out, for those of you that saw the program beforehand, you'll see the folks who are organizing are fairly particular on timing. The conference closes at exactly 5:09. And this means that really my job is to help ensure that we stay at least close to that. And so for our speakers, I'll be slowly kind of walking nearby as we get closer to the 3-minute mark. That is the Oscar music equivalent to wrap up your comments, and I would ask similar from colleagues who will be joining as well. And so we'll start in the order shared as we begin the introductions, and our speaker from the Buddhist tradition will begin first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, the sound is good. So we were given very specific instructions to stick to the time, 3 minutes, and I'm very glad to be here. The Nabil and the team, they put a great show organizing and giving us very specific instructions, stick to the time. So my name is Ananda, I'm a Buddhist monk. A lady here just mentioned that the meaning of Ananda, the name Ananda, is blissful or joyful. So I want you to remain joyful and blissful during my discussion and during the discussions of all these wonderful speakers and throughout your whole lives. Joyful and blissful, Ananda. So I'm a Buddhist monk of Theravada tradition. Now, Buddhism has many traditions like any other religion, and this Theravada tradition happened to be one of the very philosophical and academic approach to Buddhism compared to the other schools of thoughts, like Zen Buddhism, for example. It's very, the stories are really simple, although they are very profound, they carry a very profound meaning. The format of introducing it is very simple. You find very simple Zen stories, but Theravada tradition gives a lot of philosophical background when they are trying to introduce something. So we have these numbers in Buddhism, in Theravada Buddhism, the 4 Noble Truths, 8-fold Path, 9 of this, 10 of that. So there's a lot of numbers, like in the book of Numbers. So I'm going to take this approach of the 4 Noble Truth approach into trying to crack this polarity, polarizing and healing the polarizing world issue. So the 4 Noble Truths approach is like this. First, you find the problem. They say if you want to find a solution, identifying the problem is half of that. So the first of the 4 Noble Truths is finding the problem, the perennial problem. And then it looks at the more philosophical side of it, the origin and the cessation. And then most importantly, the practical way to get out of it. So if we apply the same approach to the polarity, what is polarity? And what causes the polarity, why polarity occurs, and what's the practical way to move out from that. So those are the things that I'm going to be discussing during the next 10 minutes. And I'm also going to break it down to the physical polarity, the polarity of one's mind, and the polarity as a society. And also I'll be touching only on the religious and socio-cultural polarity only, not the economic and the other polarities which are available in the academia. And I'm going to discuss on the topics about the mango question. You will listen to the mango question. And also the interdependency and how sane are you? That's another thing that I'm going to address. And then finally, the practical path for this polarity and the healing, the 4 adobes of the divinity. So that's what I'm going to be discussing in the next 10 minutes. So I'll pass on to my good friend, Aziz and Asiya. Hope I stick to the 3 minutes.
Just right on. Thank you. Imam Khan.
You know, it's difficult because he's already set the standard for us, and he was the first one to go. Friends, I was raised in Vaughan, which is where I've lived most of my life. And I remember when I was growing up as a kid, I was learning about the concept of prayer. We would come back from school, Mom would make supper, and she would say that it's time for the prayer, so you should go to the mosque and pray. And I remember around that time, rumors were spreading that the company Microsoft is releasing this next generation gaming console that's gonna blow the PlayStation out of the water. It was the original Xbox, if some of our younger fellows remember. And let me tell you, every kid wanted an Xbox. So there was this kid on my street a couple of years older than me. We went to the mosque to pray once, and as Muslims, when we pray, we touch our foreheads to the ground, humbling ourselves before God, and then we pray. So I was praying beside this kid, and we went down into the prayer, and he was so loud. He started praying, Subhana Rabbiyal A'la, Subhana Rabbiyal A'la. Oh Allah, please give me an Xbox. Oh Allah, please give me an Xbox. And I was a kid at that time. It was strange to me. I was thinking, what's this kid praying for? But now thinking back, isn't it such a beautiful thing that whoever taught him to pray and his parents, they told him, son, anything that you want in life, anything that your heart desires, you should seek it from God. You know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, used to say that even if you desire something as small as a shoelace, you should seek that from God Almighty. You know, I remember I told this story to a Muslim youth group that I teach. And after an hour-long class, the only question I got at the end was, well, did he get the Xbox or not? And I said to them that I'm not sure about him, but I like to think that that kid, he prayed so hard that even I got an Xbox. Friends, another thing I remember from when I was in elementary school was the first major world event that I can recall. The first time I ever paid attention to the news. It was the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center in 2001. Hearing the words terrorism and terrorists for the first time in my life. And then later on, not just hearing them, but having to deal with the notion that there are many people who think that you're somehow complicit in the polarization of the world. And so even today, with the religion of Islam in the spotlight, I wish to present some teachings that I have learned as a student of the religion for about 16 years now. And I not only join you today as a speaker, but as a listener. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, used to say that a word of wisdom is the lost property of a believer, and he picks it up wherever he finds it. So each faith has wisdom to share, and I join you today in collecting that wisdom. Thank you.
Professor Kaur.
Good afternoon, everyone. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. First of all, a very happy Gurpurab to all celebrating. So tomorrow, Sikhs are celebrating the birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, who's our first Guru and the founder of Sikhism. It's a big day. So I will like to start with the topic of the day, world is polarized. Definitely it is. It always was. We are always divided on the basis of religion, country, caste, creed, and whatnot. Today I see we are even divided on the basis of spirituality. Can that be divided? Spirituality is a concept of oneness. We cannot have, Sikh spirituality, Islam spirituality, or Buddhism. So the oneness of spirituality That's what I would like to share today, the words on that. But before we delve into all the powerful words, all the words filled with love and compassion today, I have another question. Can these words really heal the world? Is it really worth all this effort that we have made today to share ourselves through all these words? What power these words have. The very first word that Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the first Sikh of Sikhs, wrote was Ik Oankar, the very first divine word. That means God is one. He talks about the oneness. The 10th master talks about Manas ki jaat sab hai, ek hai pehchan wo. That is to recognize the entire humanity as one. Do we really do so? All humans as one family. So what's the notion behind? What are those powerful words? How they can heal us? I would like to share that with you today. Thank you so much.
Shalom, salam, peace. Thank you so much for including me in this. I feel at home. I'm a longtime friend of the Jamaat in Vaughan. And I feel at home and I feel safe here. Hearing words at the introduction like mutual respect, acceptance, harmony, peace, and especially the concept that we can't give up hope. At this time, as was already said, we can end up in despair when we see the polarization in the world today. I'm one of the original cockeyed optimists. You cannot be in human rights work for almost 50 years and not continue to be optimistic. Hope is the last thing to die, and we have to keep up hope. So I'm going to introduce 4 concepts of Judaism. I'm not clergy. I'm now what they call a human rights activist. I came from the academic background, and it was in the 80s when polarization was increasing so much in Canada, and anti-Semitism started not to be included in the anti-racist agenda in the 80s, a field that I had helped found in Canada. So I'm going to introduce 4 concepts in my talk later on. Sinat Chinam, meaning baseless hatred or senseless hatred, not only between communities, but within communities. We all know what it means for communities to be divided and what that leads to when there's polarization, even in your own communities. Another concept, tikkun olam, by which we are governed, Jews that is, and that is the concept of healing the world, to heal the world. How do we actually heal when we are in such despair and in such pain? Another is dugma ishit, and in Hebrew that means personal example, leading by example. We've often heard, it's not enough to talk, you have to walk the talk. And today in equity, diversity, and inclusion work, we have groups that are being silenced and marginalized by the very teachers and equity staff and professors who are teaching about how to dismantle systemic discrimination and all forms of oppression. And it includes all forms. So my life's work has been the concept of practicing what you preach. I'm already getting the evil eye from over there. I can't do this.
It's at least a warm smile with an eye.
I'll smile. So I'm going to have to conclude, and it's a good lead into something else I'm going to talk about. We cannot do this in sound bites. And today, the echo chambers and the algorithms that are leading us only to see one side of a narrative and not the other. The key concept in all of our work is empathy. We can hold empathy for those who were murdered on October 7th. We must hold empathy for those who are being killed, the innocent people in Gaza. We can hold that at the same time. And the fourth concept that I had mentioned, there were four and I only did three.
Dr. Mock, could we come back to it in the 10 minutes?
Yeah. Tzedek, tzedek, tartuf, justice, justice, thou shalt pursue.
Thank you. Dr. Milloway.
Great, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today to speak on such a timely topic as polarization. In fact, I've got to begin. I was sick a number of weeks ago. The sickness has passed, but you can still hear I'm a bit hoarse, and if I start coughing, do not be alarmed. But I really wanted to be here today because it is such an important topic. In fact, I was sharing with someone that I was going to a conference on polarization, and she said, my gosh, that's needed so much. Every time I try to explain to people why they're wrong, they don't seem to listen. Now, although I think that woman maybe didn't understand the point of today, I think all of us share her frustration. And it's not simply that we disagree on issues. Healthy debate is very much a part of democracy. It's the fact that we frequently divide the world into us and them. We have our side, which has all the answers, is virtuous and good, and then there's the other side, which we dismiss as evil, corrupt, and simply wrong. Now, such a divided world is not new to Christians, those who recognize Jesus Christ as their Savior. The world that Jesus was born into was a divided one. There were strong divisions within the Jewish community as well as between the Jewish community and the outside world. Their list of enemies was long. Roman occupiers and their Jewish collaborators, non-Jewish groups like the Samaritans, and those in the margins of society seen as unclean, like those suffering from leprosy. Through word and deed, Jesus taught us to break down those divisions. He taught us to love everyone, especially the poor and the outcast. You have heard it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy, Jesus proclaims in the Gospel of Matthew. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. And Jesus' life story is really one of breaking down barriers. And when you delve deeper into Christian scriptures, you see an individual unafraid to leave the comfort of his home, relatively small world, and engage with traditional adversaries to his community. He spent inordinate amounts of times with tax collectors, with prostitutes, with Samaritans. He healed those with leprosy and other individuals on the margins. He taught us about our call to love each other unconditionally as God loves us, stressing that this needs to extend beyond our circle. True Christianity has no us and them, simply us. Broken people in a broken world called to build a kingdom based on love and respect for everyone. In saying this, I want to fully admit that Christianity can lose its way and can itself be the source of polarization. But practiced according to word and example of Christ, it has the power to help us heal our divided world. And in my 10 minutes, I want to talk about some of those practices based on Christian principles.
My felicitations to His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmadji for his benevolent guidance in continuing with this 41st year, remarkable 41st year of this dialogue, discussion, symposia of people with different faith traditions. I'll start with a confession. I was overwhelmed when I first came across the theme of today's conference, healing a polarized world. We can heal each other, but polarized world, that requires nothing short of divine intervention. And I'm sure my colleagues on this table would agree, given a track record, there's not much hope of achieving that in the near future, for divine intervention to come to heal the world itself. In Hinduism, there are three sources of suffering. There is a suffering from out of this world, out of this earth, Adidavik, Galaxies collide, suns born and die. Our sun is 37 years, not even 40th year as yet. And meteorites, etc., which hit the planet. The second one is the bhautik, which is the distress caused within the earth itself. Tectonic plate movements, tsunamis, earthquakes, droughts, desertification, etc. And the last one being adhyatmic, which is the conflict, something we have a little bit of control on, a little bit of control. That is the conflict within us and amongst us. And it's the last one that is on the increase, the last one, but the first part of it, the conflict within us. Paradoxically, as we are gaining affluence, the fear, the despair, the anxiety leading to physical, mental depression is on the increase in affluent countries, affluent societies. And that is a paradox. We have an overwhelming availability of devices, time-saving and labor-saving devices. And now with that leisure time at our disposal, it leads a monkey mind to go astray in tricking us into believing the world is coming to an end. It's tricking us. Media is no help because media is continuously, constantly focusing on the negative. So with that in mind, I think I will focus on certain things are left to our intellect, our collective intellect, to find solutions as we've done in the past and as we're doing it even now. So I'll continue with this theme in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mac Solis. I'm from a tribe called Wolastoq. That's what we call ourselves, people of the Big River. I am an elder. I used to be a university professor, but happily retired away from that now. And I feel I live in the real world instead of living in the kind of the closed world of the academy. And as an Indigenous person, having been in that environment, having grown up in an Indigenous community, which Canada calls reserves, and having been committed to preserving my heritage and my identity, I have learned to organize a set of ideas and information so that people can comprehend what Indigenous means. One of the lessons that I learned was that we can't be in a competition. We cannot say that one thing is better than another, because all of those ideas have been put upon the people that I come from. We refer them to intelligence, we refer them to social abilities, we put them on the idea of innate goodness. There is no way that an Indigenous person can ever be innately as good as somebody else coming from another tradition. So in a way, I want to share with you my experience of being polarized in Canada all my life. And now I want to try and work for an unpolarized world. And how I do that is by offering to people the views and experiences that Indigenous people have in our healing traditions. We use words like medicine, ceremony, healing, holistic, and whatnot in order to help people understand that the world can be framed in a different way. That we can give up some of the things that we're holding so tightly to that they are destructive to other human beings. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Catherine has a few notes I think might be easier to lay here, so Catherine, go ahead.
Thanks, Mike. Only because I'm Greek and we talk with our hands a lot, so that's why I'm putting it here. Oops. Welcome, esteemed guests and friends from all over this magnificent world of ours. And thank you for your presence at today's important event, where we will explore ways in which we can foster unity and harmony in our polarized world. My name is Catherine Dew, and I'm the president of the Society of Freethinkers, and I will be presenting the humanist perspective today. Humanism, at its core, is a philosophical and ethical life stance that emphasizes the innate value and dignity of human beings. This perspective embraces the principle that within each of us lies the capacity to learn from one another. Through this process, we can cultivate personal growth that leads to greater understanding, kindness, and compassion for our fellow human beings and for our own selves. Our philosophy is reflected in the values and principles we hold. To be ethical. Humanists value the intrinsic moral rewards of honesty, empathy, love, and caring for others, and seek to be good and do good because we want to be good, not because we're told to be good or for the expectation of any reward or punishment. To think rationally. Learning to think critically enables people to objectively assess and discuss concepts and potential solutions to determine the best course of action, which in turn allows us to set higher standards for improving the human condition and strengthening personal integrity. To treat people with respect and dignity. We believe that people should be accorded fair and equitable treatment, both under the law and within the dynamics of social and political spheres. To practice social responsibility. By working together and by sharing knowledge and resources, human beings can improve our ability to understand, nurture, and protect this wondrous and fragile world we live in. To advocate for democracy and secular public policies. Democracy gives every person the right and freedom to be heard. And secularism ensures that everyone is treated fairly under the law, regardless of personal belief or philosophy. In my presentation, I will share how using humanist principles can help us work toward a heightened understanding and harmonious coexistence between people and nations, with the hope that we can inspire greater awareness for the imperative need for peace and work together to create a brighter future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, and thanks to each of our speakers. We'll now hear for a minute or two from each of our elected officials and dignitaries who are with us, starting with MP Chagger.
Sorry, I thought we were going to hear the exchange, but I'll be staying for it. As was mentioned, my name is Bartis Chagger. I am the Member of Parliament for the riding of Waterloo, and I have received many messages from federal colleagues, including Brian May, Valerie Bradford, Tim Lewis, Minister of Small Business, Richie Valdez, Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Persons with Disabilities, Gamal Khera, and our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau. I know that they all wanted to be here, as like me, we are extremely worried about the returning rise in hate we're feeling across the country. Hate grows from a place of not understanding others. It comes from a place of fear of things or people who are different from us, from what we know. And in times of upheaval or crisis, like we again find ourselves in, this fear, this hate is often amplified. Police data from several Canadian municipalities show that hate crimes and hate-motivated incidents, especially against Jews and Muslims in Canada, are increasing. This has to stop. We cannot allow the grief, the rage, the fear we are feeling right now make us forget who we really are. I, as MP for Waterloo, have a lot of conversations. They are tough, yet needed. I often hear what people would like me to say, would like me to do. What's been challenging is exchanging and sharing these diverse voices with those who have not yet explored or discovered them. And though often hard, building this mutual understanding is essential to living in a truly inclusive Canada and to strengthening our democracy. In Canada, diversity has always been a fact of life. To me, it's a source of celebration, a source of great strength. We must never forget this. We must choose it every single day, and that means listening to each other and working together to build an inclusive society where we all feel safe to be exactly who we are, and we all have every opportunity to thrive. And so, I can't think of a better time to bring people together to talk about healing a polarized world. As polarization increases out there in the world, it's up to us to look in here and to look in here for what unites us, our common humanity. As I listened to the speakers just now, I was struck by the commonalities in your perspectives. You practice different faiths and have different philosophical traditions. You have different beliefs, and you pray and offer solace in different ways. Yet your messages all come down to common elements of empathy, understanding, respect, compassion, love. The more we can speak and listen to each other, exchange ideas, even disagree with each other respectfully, the more understanding we build. The more understanding we build, the less fear we feel. The less fear we feel, the less hate we spread, and the less polarized we will become. And that's what we need in Canada and all over the world right now. So I thank you for all coming together to do this vital work. A special shout out to Nabil Rana, all the organizers of the 41st World Religions Conference, the volunteers, sponsors, and the behind-the-scenes teams of people. Finally, if you're here at this conference for the first time, please raise your hand. To you and to all returning participants, thank you, merci, dhanyavad.
Thank you, Bardish. Next up, we'll have the MPP for Guelph, MPP Mike Schreiner.
Thank you, Mike, and it's just an honor to join the World Religions Conference for this especially timely conversation around healing a polarized world. As a leader of the Ontario Green Party, I oftentimes talk about the climate crisis that we're facing, but I actually think we're facing a deeper crisis right now, and it's a crisis of caring. I think we have an empathy deficit that we have to overcome. And it starts with conversations like this. I'm increasingly concerned about the division and polarization we see fueled by conflict, escalating in increasingly dehumanized spaces on social media, the breakdown of public trust and confidence in public institutions, including political and religious and community institutions. I'm increasingly concerned that as our climate becomes even more destabilized and you see displacements of peoples, that this conflict and alarming rise in hate that we see in many parts of the world is only going to increase. And so I think it's incumbent upon faith leaders, political leaders, community members to come together in forums like this to talk about how we are going to stand in solidarity to combat hate, to talk about how we are going to build and rebuild public institutions in ways that create caring and connected communities, connecting individuals, to talk about how we're going to overcome increasing polarization and hate. And so I find faith and hope in spaces like the spaces we're having today, where people are coming together and building bridges and creating space for peacemaking conversations to overcome in a very personal and collective way, to overcome the polarization that we experience and we see in the world today. And so from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today to be a part of this conversation. And I want to thank all of the religious leaders on stage who can help guide us in this conversation as we come together as a community. Thank you.
We'll next have the chair of the region of Waterloo, Chair Karen Redman. With a warm round of applause.
I want to just reflect on the fact that this is the 41st session like this and give a round of applause for all the organizers and the volunteers. I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack though, and I'm going to tell you that this conversation is always necessary. It was necessary for the last 40 years, and it may be necessary for the next 40 years. As somebody that's been in public life for a while, I have to tell you that one of my privileges has always been that I have been invited into the gurdwaras, to the temples, to the places of worship, and I've had that education ongoing for a very long time. Many people in our community don't, and that's why this conversation is so important. I come with a Christian tradition, and in 1990, St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church had something called the Stevens Ministry Training, and it was a calling of the laity to find out how we could really demonstrate our Christian values and be active listeners and not get in the pit of despair when we had people in our congregation that were going through very, very difficult times. And I have to tell you that there's also a hymn that we sing at St. Andrew's, and one of the lines is, "You'll know we are Christians by our deeds." And I would have to tell you that we all live in community. We all have, many of us, a faith community or a tradition that we follow, but it was really our deeds that helped identify who we are. And you know, I also want to give a shout out to Nabil Rana, but I have to tell you that when there are incidents of violence, of hate, of anti-Semitism, I talk to people from temples. I've talked to Rabbi Goldman because of the rise in anti-Semitism. Waterloo region has 650,000 people now. We will grow to 1 million, and that vast majority of that growth will be from people who are coming from all corners of the world, from different traditions and different cultures. One of the reasons they come to Waterloo region is because they find a community that has open arms and helps them integrate. These conversations are so important. We all live in communities, and it's important that we help define this one. So again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing all of the speakers.
And last but not least, we'll hear from Dean Lund. Dean Lund, welcome.
Thank you very much. I was very happy to be invited by Nabil to be a co-sponsor of this event. Martin Luther University College for over 100 years has invited students to bring their faith, or if they don't come from a faith community, their worldview, their beliefs and values, and critically think about that with the material that we're studying in class. As an educational institution, I think we play a very important role around addressing issues around polarity. As we can have challenging conversations in class, we can respectfully listen, we can engage in difficult conversations, we can come to appreciate each other as human beings who have passions, beliefs, values, and feel a purpose in this world. We can begin to see each other not as opponents, but as co-journeyers in this world. So at Luther, we work very hard to do that in classrooms, in our community events, through expressive arts, through the choir in Shala, through worship, through conferences, and just as we live day to day in our building, that we work to see the other as a person of value, a person that we can learn from, a person that we can care for and be cared by. And so I'd invite you to look at our programs. They're out in the lobby today, and check us out. And perhaps one of our events will fit for you. And we're really grateful to be a part of this conference, as I believe we have an important role to play in dealing with polarity in our world. So thank you again.
Thank you again, Dean Lund. I'll take maybe a brief prerogative here as an elected person myself to at least offer events like this are part of what make me proud of our community. Organizations like Interfaith Grand River that many of you may be familiar with that bring faith leaders together on a regular basis and host a breakfast once a year are also part of what make me proud of our community. It's my view that it's actually through conversations like this that we push back on the hatred we see in the world today. I can say in my lifetime, as I'm 39 years old, I've never lived through a time that is as war-torn and difficult as the one we are in right now. And I think we have a serious responsibility, and we should take great pride in how our community responds by having healthy, respectful conversations amongst folks from different faith traditions. So all the more reason, Nabil, to say thank you for what you've done. Nabil, actually, I'll ask you, there's a number of folks in the room that we'd like to also recognize, and I'm not sure my ability to read your handwriting is as good as you think it is. And so, Nabil, I'll have you just briefly recognize some of these folks who are also in the room, and then I'll have a few more words to share.
Okay. Yeah, we just want to recognize, you heard from the National President, respected Lal Khan Malik. There are a number of vice presidents in the room, and so in the break, you might want to connect with them. Vice President Abdul Rashid Anwar, Vice President Farhan Kokar, Vice President Sohail Mubarak Sharma, and Vice President Amir Sheikh. There's also a regional president and the national president of the Ahmadiyya Elders Association, Hamid Warai Saab. The regional president is Asif Sheikh. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Nabil, thank you again. And so before we break here, I want to just point out in the package many of you received when you came in, you would have seen a section to write questions down. And so we'd encourage you to be thoughtful in some questions you might want to write down. There's also a hashtag on Twitter. I believe the hashtag is QuestionsWRC. So you can share questions either one of those two ways. Following the presentations, we'll have a full session of questions from the audience, and we will pull from those. Colleagues who are here with us and speakers, we're going to do a quick photo now. So if you want to rejoin up on stage, we'll take that photo. For the rest of the attendees, thank you again for being here with us. We're going to take about a 15-minute break, which means we'd like to have you back in your seats. I should say 2:05 because I mean 2:10. So we'd like to have you in your seats. We're going to start up again for real at 2:10. There are displays from the faith traditions in the Lazaridis atrium. Please have a walk through there, enjoy refreshments, and we'll see you back here 2:05, 2:10. Thank you.
There's one more announcement. We will have afternoon and evening prayer in room 10:10, and that will be at 1:10. Thank you. The prayer will be at 2:05. Thank you. If I can get all the dignitaries and the vice presidents of the Ahmadiyya Jamaat to come on stage for a photograph, and the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat as well.
Our world is becoming increasingly polarized. It may be religiously, politically, economically, socially, or in any other way. This is resulting in a lack of empathy, creating intolerance, hatred, conflicts, and even wars. How can we heal our polarized world? Renowned scholars from 8 different world faiths and philosophical traditions will present possible solutions at the 41st World Religions Conference, Canada's largest and longest running flagship multi-faith event on November 26th at the prestigious Lazaridis Auditorium at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, hosted by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat with the partnership of many others. Admission is free, but seating is limited. Reserve your space now online at worldreligionsconference.org or call 877-INFO-WRC for more information. See you there. Our world is becoming increasingly polarized. It may be religiously, politically, economically, socially, or in any other way. This is resulting in a lack of empathy, creating intolerance, hatred, conflicts, and even wars. How can we heal our polarized world? Renowned scholars from 8 different world faiths and philosophical traditions will present possible solutions at the 41st World Religions Conference, Canada's largest and longest running flagship multi-faith event on November 26th at the prestigious Lazaridis Auditorium at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, hosted by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat with the partnership of many others. Admission is free, but seating is limited. Reserve your space now online at worldreligionsconference.org or call 877-INFO-WRC for more information. See you there. Our world is becoming increasingly polarized. It may be religiously, politically, economically, socially, or in any other way. This is resulting in a lack of empathy, creating intolerance, hatred, conflicts, and even wars. How can we heal our polarized world? Renowned scholars from 8 different world faiths and philosophical traditions will present possible solutions at the 41st World Religions Conference, Canada's largest and longest running flagship multi-faith event on November 26th at the prestigious Lazaridis Auditorium at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, hosted by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat with the partnership of many others. Admission is free, but seating is limited. Reserve your space now online at worldreligionsconference.org or call 877-INFO-WRC for more information. See you there. Our world is becoming increasingly polarized. It may be religiously, politically, economically, socially, or in any other way. This is resulting in a lack of empathy, creating intolerance, hatred, conflicts, and even wars. How can we heal our polarized world? Renowned scholars from 8 different world faiths and philosophical traditions will present possible solutions at the 41st World Religions Conference, Canada's largest and longest running flagship multi-faith event on November 26th at the prestigious Lazaridis Auditorium at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, hosted by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat with the partnership of many others. Admission is free, but seating is limited. Reserve your space now online at worldreligionsconference.org or call 877-INFO-WRC for more information. See you there.
back to my original spot. Yes, yes. Thanks, Mike, for all you do.
Thanks for all your good work. I know you don't have an easy job, so.
Oh, well,
I tell everyone
I
it's,
always say if I didn't have to work with you.
well, it is, given financial situation of the university.
Yes, that's the challenge. That's the challenge.
Hopefully I'm not sounding. Oh, we're not going to sit up here.
No, and the Q&A session will be here.
Okay.
Just so you can move around.
Sure.
Like the slides? Yeah. Did you bring slides? I assume this will be working for you. That's beyond my powers. I assume this will be your guy right here. Okay. All right, David. Good to see you again.
Yeah, just sit. Start.
Yep. Okay. You heard the question from.
Yeah, so you've got a clicker.
But where do I click?
Oh,
I just click it, or I have to look somewhere?
Well, this is where you'll look here.
oh, you can look here.
Which one do you click?
So I click anywhere.
I assume to the right.
Little right, left, forward,
Where
backward.
are our presentations in order? So somebody will,
Yes.
okay, our presentations.
So you can sit in the audience and,
We sit in the
I'm gonna have to
audience now.
do you have a PowerPoint as well?
I do.
Oh, wait, I better go get my notes then.
He should load it, but that's okay. He'll get it, you can get starting. You can get, it'll take a minute or two to get the introduction.
Okay, friends, we talked about this, and it's not 2:10, is it? So I'm being told we're going to get started again here, and so if you've got a friend out there still, you can send them a text message and say they're serious, they're getting going. So we're going to now have the real substance of our conference. We're going to have the 10-minute presentations from each of our speakers, followed by a recitation from each of their faith traditional scriptures. And so we're going to start again in the same order as we heard the kind of teaser introductions as we began. And so for folks who are with us, if folks can take a seat, if you need to continue conversations, feel free to continue those outside of the atrium, or back in the atrium and outside of the theater here. But for those who are in the theater, please feel free to have a seat, and we're going to get started again. I believe, I'm looking at Nabil, we're going to have Reverend Ananda begin. Are you ready to go, Reverend Ananda? Not quite. Okay. Well, in that case, this is maybe a chance to give good vibes to friends of yours who are out in the atrium, that they might come back in with us and rejoin us again, and also to our tech friends who I think are getting slideshow presentations ready to go for our speakers also. So we'll wish them well in their efforts to do that. I believe some speakers will be speaking without slides, and some folks will have some visuals with them also. I get the cue from Nabil that we are beginning for real. And so we'll welcome Reverend Ananda back up again, and they will begin their 10-minute presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll get the presentation going on here. So before that, I hope you remembered what I just mentioned earlier about the Buddhist way of approaching the Four Noble Truths approach of Buddhism, where we look at, that's a presentation. So these are the Four Noble Truths. So the Four Noble Truths being identifying the perennial problem, and then how does the problem occur? What's the mechanism behind that? And then finding the practical solution. So it's very simple. I'm just going to use this approach into identifying the problem of healing the polarized world. So if we look at what is polarity, so I'm going to discuss a little on what is polarity and what's the mechanism of polarity. Why is polarity there in the world to begin with? And then what's the practical path to get out of it? I think that's the most important thing here. And like one of the speakers mentioned here, that I was astonished by the similarity of all the same discussion that we have. And I'm part of this wonderful organization called Interfaith Grand River. We meet every 1 month, do a lot of discussions, and Mike, Komal, I see familiar faces all the time, and it's so nice that I get a ride every time, every time I go with someone, I learn about Mennonites, the humanists, the Baha'is. So it's a wonderful discussion. I think discussion is key, and I'm very glad that we are here today. So getting back to polarity, I'm going to talk about the religious and the socio-cultural polarity and the other polarities available in the academia. But let's first try to understand the relationship between the religions and the culture, because it's very important. A lot of people blame religions for this polarity because that's where the dogmas, the philosophies, or the ideologies come from. So it's very interesting to identify how people associate religion. Now, I have this great pyramid of religion. Like in any pyramid, the bottom is the most square footage, that's where the most area is. But as you go to the top of the pyramid, it converges and then it comes to a single point. The top of the pyramid is a single point. So similarly, when people associate religions, they associate in a more cultural sense. So that's the first part of the pyramid. When people associate religions, it's very cultural, it's very symbolic. Now, I am from the Theravada Buddhist tradition of Sri Lanka. Just few lanes down, we have a temple, which is the Theravada tradition from Lao. And recently we ended a beautiful beautiful end of rain season celebration. Now, that happens very different in the Lao temple. So even though we belong to the same tradition, it's very different because it's very cultural. And if you're stuck in this cultural layer of the associating of religion, you will see very different things. But up you go, you find another layer which is therapeutic. Now the therapeutic is that when your heart is broken, when you go through malady, when there's trauma in your life, you come to a religion, and the therapy that religion provides, it gets closer. We have meditation every Thursday, and I find people of all faiths, all walks of life come there and meditate because therapy is more closer than the cultural division. And then you have the most important part of the religion or any dogma, the core or the crux of that religion. Now that's the same thing. When Buddha said something, it was the same thing which got different in the therapeutic format, therapeutic way of putting it out, and the cultural symbols. It got very different. We look at the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. It's the same words that Father Abraham heard from the God, and now it has so many denominations. So that's very natural, but understanding this, I think, is of paramount importance to cracking the, healing the polarity. Healing the polarity. Okay. All right, thank you, Navya. All right, so Polarized. Now, this is, we just ended the Friday sales. So if you're buying Polaroid glasses, buy the Polaroid glasses. But if you're looking at religion, being polarized is not so good. It's actually bad to be polarized. And the difference is, so I wanted to say, what does polarity or polarization does to the world? Imagine a child who's born, he does not see the world in many nuances. He just see a world. But when you are polarized with different ideologies, you see a world which is divided. And of course, I'm not going to dwell a lot on that. You know, if you watch mainstream media nowadays, what the polarity has done to the world. In Canadian news, if you tune into Canadian news channel, it's all over. But more importantly, why polarity? Now, it's a very interesting phenomena. I'm going to tell you the mango question, which is the question asked by the monk who came to Sri Lanka 2,000 years ago. He brought Buddhism to Sri Lanka, and then he wanted to check the IQ of the people who live there, if they are really able to understand a sophisticated philosophy like Buddhism. So he found the king and asked the king a few questions. I'm going to tell you the questions. He pointed at a tree, a mango tree, and then asked the king, "King, what is this tree called?" The king said, "It's a mango tree." Then he asked, "Why do you call it a mango tree?" King said, "Obviously, it bears mango fruit, the leaves are mango, so it's a mango tree." Then the monk said, "That's true, but think deep, why is the mango tree called a mango tree?" Well, I'm going to cut it short because Mike is going to come after me in a while. The mango tree is called a mango tree is because there are none mango trees available in the world. Now, it's very simple, but isn't it very profound also? The existence of one is predicated upon the existence of the complete opposite. One exists because of the existence of the other. We have hot coffee and cold coffee. If all the liquids in this world had only one temperature, we don't have to call it hot or cold, it's just coffee. But we have hot and cold because it's It's two. The world sits on the fundamental nature of duality. That's represented by this yin and yang. And this duality has this very beautiful thing called the dependent rising, or paticca samuppada, one of the core teachings in Buddhism. One exists because of the existence of the complete opposite. Now, polarity, I wanted to say, the division, the duality, it's part of this nature. Where do we find this? Hot, cold, warm, cold, day, night. We find this polarity or the duality in the nature, in the physical realm of the nature. It's obvious. We find it. You are here. Why? Because I am there, right? If I'm here, it's not the same. It's singularity. So we find singularity in black holes, but other than that, in the physical nature, we always find duality. But what about the duality in one's mind? Now, if you take your last week, some of the days were good, some of the days were bad. We sit in a bipolar mind nature. Our mind is bipolar. That's why I was telling earlier that I'm going to check the sanity and the dualistic nature of the world. We have highs and we have lows. Some days we are euphoric, some days we are depressed. There's a book called DSM-5, Diagnostic Statistical Manual 5, which says whether you are clinically bipolar or not, but otherwise you are all bipolar. You are either happy or either sad. So this is the fundamental nature of the universe, of the mind. And if we put many minds together, it becomes a society. So the society is naturally bipolar. It has division. The problem is with the polarization, the extreme ends of this polarization or extreme ends of this duality. Now, it creates the you versus me mentality, us versus them mentality. So how do we get out of this? Now, this is the main idea that I wanted to tell you, the Buddhist way of 4 noble ways of behaving. It's called the 4 divine abodes, or the 4 characteristics of the Brahmas. Brahmas are the divine. So all the cool gods, they live this way. And metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, I'll go one by one really quickly. The idea of metta literally means in Sanskrit or Pali, you become a friend. You become a dear friend, not just a friend, a dear friend. Now, when you're friendly, you tolerate. It's very simple. And you're kind. It's very different the way you react to a non-friendly person versus a friendly person. If you are a true friend, you tolerate. You're okay with whatever the other person does. Which brings to the next part, karuna. Literally means compassion. But how does compassion start? With empathy. If you can put yourself into someone else's shoes and think why that person is behaving that way, because he or she has their own reasons to behave that way, you're compassionate. So that's a second part of the 4 divine abode. Mudita is a hard one. The vicarious joy. How can you become happy when the others are happy? Now, that's a very hard thing. Let me share your story. When I was about 16, back in the day, I bought a phone, which was expensive at the time, a Nokia black and white phone. And I come from Sri Lanka, which is an endless summer, so it was hot, warm. So I kept the phone at night near my window, but some homeless guy came and snatched it out while I was sleeping. So I lost the phone. So there was a lot of drama, but at one point I remember I was thinking, well, this phone was the most fanciest phone at the time, and someone has got it, so I must be happy that he's enjoying it. So vicarious joy, it's very hard, but if you try it, I don't think there'll be a lot of conflict in this world. And the final idea is very profound, and it's one of the most deepest ideas in Buddhism, equanimity. How do you attain equanimity? Through emptiness. Now, this is not the time to talk about emptiness, but I'll tell you very briefly what emptiness is. If I understand that I am part of the duality and I am sitting on one extreme, the moment I realize that I am neutral, I know that I am part of the extreme, and my extreme exists because there's another extreme like that. So if we can reach metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, the 4 divine adobes, I think we will have a solution for the polarized world, the healing process. And I'm going to leave you with a few things. How do we climb up the pyramid of this religious ladder so we go to a singularity rather than being divided in the cultural level? And how do we understand and accept the duality of the world? And finally, the 4 divine abodes, metta, karuna, mudita, upekka. Now, in that note, I have the wonderful students of the Lake Monastery where I reside. I'm a resident monk of. They are going to chant the Metta Sutta. Metta Sutta comes from the Pali words of the Pali canon, the scriptures of Buddhism, Buddha's words. So let us hear the Metta Sutta by these wonderful children. Okay? We are going to hear the Metta Sutta from them. And Metta Sutta is about the 4 divine adverbs I just mentioned, Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekka.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa karaniya-matta kusalena yantam santam padam abhisamecca sakko ujuja sujuja suvacho chassa mudu anatimani santussa kocha suparocha appakicchocha sallahuka buddhi Santindriyocha nipakocha appagabbo kulesu anunugiddo Nachakutam samachare kinchiyena inyo pare upavadeyam Sukhino vake mino huntu sabbe satta bhavantu sukhi satta Yeke chipana bhutatli tasava thavarava anavasesa Digava ye mahantava majjima rasakhanukatula Dittava ye vadita ye chadure vasanti avidure Bhutava sambhave siva sabbe satta bhavantu sukhi satta
This is the English meaning of the same chanting.
By one who is skilled in goodness and who knows the path of peace, let them be able and upright, straightforward and gentle in speech, humble and not conceited, contented and easily satisfied, unburdened with duties and frugal in their ways, peaceful and calm and wise and skillful, not proud or demanding in nature. Let them not do the slightest thing that the wise would later reprove. In gladness and in safety may all beings be at ease. Whatever living being they may be, whether they are weak or strong, omitting none, the great or the mighty, medium, short or small, the seen and the unseen, those living near and far away, those born and to be born, may all beings be at ease. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you all. Sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be blissful. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Reverend. We'll now proceed to the Islamic perspective from Imam Khan. And as the Imam is coming up to the stage, we have a new innovation here, which is a timer on the stage. And so we'll start it as you come on up, and that'll give you that, and you'll have your slides here also. Welcome. Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the ever merciful. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you all. I remember once I was sitting with an elder of my community who's a professor. And while we were talking, he drew an imaginary line on the wall beside us. And he asked me, how would you shorten this line? So I started thinking, and before I could reply, he said, you know, some people would erase a part of this line to make it shorter. But I teach my students that they should draw a longer line above it, effectively making the first one shorter. That is to say that don't erase or dismiss the efforts and works of others. Rather, seek to lengthen your own line based on your own merit. Friends, this is what the religion of Islam teaches, is that nobody should be put to a disadvantage. And all people, all nations, and even religions themselves, they should seek to lengthen their own lines based on their own merit and the merit of their own teachings. You know, over the past several weeks, the events that have unfolded on Canadian soil, they've shattered the notion that Canadians would remain unaffected by a regional conflict thousands of miles away. And the Israel-Palestine conflict, it has served to fan the flames of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism here in our very home. The question arises, how can we heal our polarized world? Or at the very least, how can we begin to heal Canadian society? Because the truth is that with all of the different religions and faiths representing us here today, if Canada can't figure this out, then what corner of the world is? You know, the Islamic approach to conflict resolution, it addresses issues at their very core. And the overwhelming ideal that the religion of Islam maintains is that ethics and morals should never be sacrificed for anything in this earth. The religion of Islam recognizes and respects the full humanity of each and every single individual. It teaches that no specific race or ethnicity or nation has any superiority over another. In chapter 49, verse 14 of the Holy Quran, we find that verily the most honorable among you in the sight of God are those who are the most righteous among you. You know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in his farewell sermon, think of this as the last and final message that you could give to a people before you depart from them. He said that all of mankind is from Adam and Eve. No Arab has any superiority over a non-Arab, nor does any non-Arab have any superiority over an Arab. No white has any superiority over a black, nor does any black have any superiority over a white, except in piety and good deeds. Once the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, was sitting in a gathering with his companions, and a funeral procession, it passed by them. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he stood up out of respect. And his companions, the Muslims at the time, they said, "O Messenger of God, the deceased was a Jew. It's the funeral of a Jewish man." And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he turned to his companions, the Muslims at the time, and said, "Was he not a human being? Was he not a living being? Was he not a soul? When a funeral procession passes by you, you should stand up." He would say that all of God's creatures are like the family of God. And the most beloved to God are those who are the most beneficial to his family members. Respected audience, the religion of Islam presents the golden rule of the Holy Quran. It's a roadmap to healing polarization, lays the foundation for a harmonious world. In chapter 16, verse 91, God Almighty states that verily Allah enjoins justice, excellence in goodness, and treating people like they're your family members. And despite its simplicity, this one verse of the Holy Quran is regarded and is known to be the most comprehensive verse revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The entirety of the religion of Islam, the entirety of its teachings are in this one verse: justice, kindness, and kinship. The three steps that you must take in order to perfect your morals, in order to heal a polarized society. Justice is the very basic step, very first step. It's the minimum requirement. It's not even the pinnacle. And it should be maintained at all levels of society, in every sphere of life, in every capacity of an individual. In every capacity of an individual, even in our homes. Once the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, he was sitting with a man in his home, and the man's son entered the room. And this man, he embraced his son, he kissed him, he lovingly put him on his lap. A short while later, his daughter entered the room. but he didn't show her the same affection. She quietly came and sat by his side. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was witnessing this. He rebuked that man. Why did you not treat them equally? Why were you not just in the treatment of them both? Islam prescribes justice in every action, in every expression, in every sentiment, at all levels of society. It says that even when you speak, you should observe justice in your speech. It prescribes justice for enemies, which is one of the most difficult things to do. It's very easy to be compassionate and merciful to your family and people that you love and know. But it's very difficult to even be just to your enemies. The Holy Quran states, "And let not the enmity of a people incite you to act otherwise than with justice. Be just, for that is closer to righteousness." And then the Holy Quran takes this even a step further. It states that in order to uphold justice, if you must stand witness against yourself and your parents and your family members, even then you must do so. Chapter 4, verse 136 of the Holy Quran, this verse that I just quoted, it's recognized by Harvard Law as one of the greatest expressions of justice in history. You know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was acutely aware of the subtleties of injustice, how easy it is to inflict injustice upon people. Whenever he would leave his home, without fail, he would pray to God that, "Oh Allah, I seek refuge in you, lest I wrong someone or I am wronged by someone else." Some of the earlier Muslims, they used to say that we hope and pray that on the day of judgment, the only one we have to face is God. Because they knew that if they wronged somebody in this life, they would have to face them in the hereafter as well. So we each have a personal responsibility to be just and to stand up for justice in our respective environments. The Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, would say that each one of you is a guardian, and each one of you will be questioned with regard to their trust. Or he would say that each one of you is a shepherd, and each one of you will be questioned with regard to his flock. The Holy Quran teaches that good and evil are not alike. Repel evil with that which is best, and the result will be that the hostile person on the other end will become as though he were a warm friend. Friends, Islam forbids creating chaos and disorder. It forbids exploitation of one nation by another for its resources. It equates the killing of just one person equivalent to killing all of mankind. It teaches and cautions people to be vigilant when hearing fake news and not to act in haste. Clemency is from God, haste is from the devil, the Prophet would say. It promotes mutual cooperation. It teaches safeguarding all places of worship, even in times of war. It teaches that different faiths and religions, they should compete with one another in doing virtuous deeds. And it recognizes the value of reconciliation. All of the religions and faiths, they have some sort of concept of worship, prayer, charity. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, would say, "Shall I not tell you something more excellent than fasting, prayer, and charity?" It is putting things right between people, because ruining them with corruption, it destroys them. So, above all, my respected audience, Islam guides seeking guidance through prayer and through supplication. In the religion of Islam, we're taught that it is God Almighty who is the true source of peace, and it is God who is the healer. So we must recognize our Creator, who is the true source of peace and who is the healer, if we wish to have peace and if we wish to have healing. And now a group from our community of children will be presenting a poem. So let's take a minute to hear that.
है दस्ते के बलानुमा है दस्ते किबल अनुमाला
ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. है दर्द दिल की दवा, है दर्द दिल की दवा, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह.
किसी की चश्म में फसूसा ज़ने किया जादू, तो दिल से निकली सदा, तो दिल से निकली सदा.
ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह. जो भूख जाएगा कानों में दिल के मर्दों के, करेगा हश्र पापा, करेगा हश्र पापा. ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह.
करीब था कि मैं गिर जाऊं बाहर इसी से, बना है लेकर आसा, बना है लेकर आसा.
ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह.
बरोज़े हश्र सभी तेरा साथ छोड़ेंगे, करेगा एक वफा, करेगा एक वफा. ला
इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह. हजारों बल्कि हैं लाखों इलाज रूहानी, मगर है रूह है शिफा, मगर है रूह है शिफा. ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह.
है दस्ते किबल अनुमा, है दस्ते किबल अनुमा. ला
इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह. है दर्द दिल की दवा, है दर्द दिल की दवा, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा illallah.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Imam Khan. We'll now hear from the Sikh perspective, and I'm looking, yes, Professor Kaur. Come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
So today, here I am to talk about healing a polarized world. We all know that there are differences, there are divisions. We all are very aware of it. If we start to discuss all these differences, I think even a day will not be enough. So today I want to use these 10 minutes to talk about one of the ways we can heal the world in true sense. What is actual which can make sense, the things that can actually heal the world. So if we look around, even in this slide, we all are very distinct. We all have very different features. We all dress differently. These differences are very visible, no doubt. Similarly, our communities, our faiths, they all are distinct, just different paths to a similar destination, to a same destination. But is the problem this unhealed world is creating, the conflicts, the oppression, the hateness? Is it just because of our outlook? Is it just because we are different? Or is there something more to it? Do we just need to heal or figure out how we can reduce these differences of outlook, the differences, or we also have to look deep into our hearts? So I say all these conflicts, all this hateness, it comes from our mind, from our soul. So why not to focus on that? Why not to focus on healing our own souls first? In this world, if we have unhealed people, that's why we have unhealed world. Guru Nanak says, "Bande khoj dil har roj," that is to delve deep into your own mind every day, every single day, every moment. Look into yourself, your vices. Work on that. Find the origin. If every day we start working on those vices, then I can say, yes, it is possible to live in a healed world even when we are polarized. I will also like to share another verse from Guru Granth Sahib Ji, that is, Panch tat kar tud srisht sab saji, koi sheva kareo je kich kita hove. That means the entire universe were made with 5 elements. If we try to guess them, it's not that difficult. What our bodies are made of, what the universe is made of, it's just 5 elements. Earth, water, fire, air, and then space. Some of you might have seen that in the Frozen movie too. That's one of my favorite. They do talk about these elements, but the 4. So I was happy to see that, okay, somehow we are talking about it. But in Sikhism, we say there are 5 elements. So if you observe your own bodies or the universe around you, you will see we are just made of these 5 things. The physical part of us, the bones, the structure, that's what represents the earth. The liquid, the blood, that's what represents the water. And there is fire, which represents the energy. The air, the breath, and then the vacuum that's within us and there in the universe too. So that's from where we say, Jo Brahmanda Soi Pinda. What is inside us, that's what we have outside too in the universe. So if we really, really wish to heal it, the best and only solution that I see is heal yourself. One unhealed person can create such a chaos in this world. So if you reflect deeply,
all these divisions are mere the divisions of the mind. The divisions and the conflicts which are cause of hateness, oppression, they all come from unhealed mind. And as the doctor says, if we want to really heal something, if we want to really fix something, first we have to inspect it. That's the simple way. Even when we go to the doctor, if our body is ill, it is unhealed, we ask the doctor, okay, check it out. What's the problem, right? So same is with our minds, with our souls. If it is unhealed, we need to get a checkup. So who is going to do that? Either you take help from the saintly people, in whichever faith you are, or you do it yourself. You inspect yourself daily. So, मन तू ज्योत स्वरूप है अपना मूल पहचान. O my mind, you are the embodiment of the divine light. Recognize yourself. If you will remember this every single day, that if God is ocean and we are just the droplets of water, how we are different than Him. We are just one. In this oneness, we have to recognize how we can connect back to the source. If we look at this picture, if God is ocean and we are the water droplets, being a little bit different here and there, if we really wish to merge in one, if we really talk about the oneness of all the faiths and everything, the solution is merging together. And to do so, to merge back in God, to be one, we have to be as pure as God. Can a water full of dirt merge back in water? Can a droplet of oil that merge back in water? No, we have to get rid of the dirt. So that's again where I say healing ourselves, healing our minds. So that's the another verse from Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Har jan aisa chahiye jaisa har hi hoye. So when we go on this journey of healing ourselves, we do question, what is the destination? What is the last point, exactly what we have to achieve? So in Sikhism we say, do not stop until and unless you're as pure as God. Because that's our destination. And if we have to stay there forever with God, we have to be as pure as Him. This verse further goes into depth. Guru Nanak suggests, be a pebble, be the pebble of the entire humanity, and let go of your ego. Then he questions back, be a pebble, but still it will hurt the people. It can be a pebble of the road, it can still hurt the people. Then he further goes, he says, then be dust of all these lovely people, and let go of your ego. Then he further says and questions himself back, dust, that will also dirty the body, it will stay stick. He further goes on, then be like water, that cleans everything. Why not be like water and just merge in everything? But then he says, even water has the property to get cold and hot. Sometimes it's angry, sometimes it's just at peace. So don't be even like water. And then he just concludes with this verse, Har jan aisa chahiye jaisa har hi hoye. The humble servant of the Lord should be just like the Lord, the God Himself. So that's where I conclude that the healed people create the healed world. I hope all these words today that we are using, all these speeches that we are using, they are helpful, they be helpful, but only if they come from a healed heart. Guru Nanak further says, before you go and tell people to heal yourself, or tell them very nice stories and very nice verse, first focus on yourself. So one word from the healed person, it can change hearts of thousands. And that's what all the saintly people did. The gurus, the prophets, Guru Nanak himself, the first guru of Sikhism. Just one word was enough to heal thousands of people. Just saying, Ik Oankar, that God is one. He believed in oneness of humanity, recognized the entire humanity as one. So if we really want to believe in the oneness, we really want to practice it and distribute to all, first we want to heal ourselves and embrace this oneness. Thank you.
Sing a devotional prayer from the Holy Scripture of the Sikhs, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The meanings will be on the screen, and the last line is in transliteration. So if you'd like to see how the words are sung in Punjabi, you can actually sing them in English. Please join us if you'd like to, and if you like it.
जी की फतेह।
Thank you, Professor. We'll now hear from the Judaic perspective, and I'll welcome Dr. Karen Mock back up to the stage to share that perspective with you.
Oh my goodness, the timer has started already. Is Ruth here? Oh, there's Ruth. Hi. Good. We've got to start the timer.
That's okay. What's this? You get 30 seconds extra.
Ruth is standing. Yes, I saw her. I saw her. Thank you so much. Again, shalom, salam, peace. This is a very, very difficult time, a crisis almost for those in peace and social justice work and technology. It's okay. A little disclaimer, I'm going to be watching the clock, and I know that we'll run out of time. I take very seriously in the introduction earlier that we were told this is really just a beginning. I mean, 41 years of this work doesn't mean it's a beginning, but we're introducing some concepts now very quickly, and I'm hoping that this very brief overview, and I'm going to go much faster through my slides, you won't really get a chance to absorb them all. I'm an old teacher, so I brought some articles. If you want some follow-up, come and sign up here and I'll send them to you. And you can see the kinds of resources that are available to you. But I'm hoping, remember I said hope is the last thing to die, that this will encourage you to reach out to some of the speakers that have been here, to come and do some dialogue programs in your various congregations or schools or university departments where right now it is very difficult to have some of these courageous conversations. I've got to admit, I took this meme off of Facebook the other day, knowing I was coming. You don't need religion to have morals. If you can't determine right from wrong, you lack empathy, not religion. And here's a wonderful little book, Wisdom, Peace, very, very famous people giving you their views on peace. And my bookmark, my love for all, hatred for none bookmark, is on this page. Empathy is the key to all relationships. And in our equity and diversity and inclusion work, which I think most of you, I see the nods, I see the body language. I'm an educational psychologist. I watch body language to see how things are coming over. There is an empathetic concept, right? We've often said when we started our anti-racism work years ago that our work is about putting ourselves in the other's shoes. Indeed, some of you who are teachers here may know that in some of the social justice education courses in high school, the book is called Walk a Mile. That concept of, which I always heard, was a First Nations, Indigenous nations saying, never judge a person until you've walked a mile in their moccasins. Put yourself in the other's shoes. But then one program that I was doing years ago for the City of Toronto, a 6-day training program in this work, a man came up to me after the first day when I had used that concept and called it an Indigenous concept. He said, I have a surprise for you. Whose shoes? And it turns out that the great Hebrew sage Hillel, in Pirkei Avot, which is a volume, The Ethics of Our Fathers. We're still working on one called The Ethics of Our Mothers. Separate not thyself from thy community. We are members of our own communities. We stand up for our own communities. And judge not another person until you have been in their place. This is a slide that I use when I go into schools or when I know that there are times of conflict. You can see they're arguing. Is it a 6 or a 9? Just because you're right doesn't mean I'm wrong. You just haven't seen life from my side. And that's an old one. I can see some people have seen it before. I recently saw one that had this on the top, and underneath it had the fellow standing, and it said 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Context. Context is important. It was a 6. And my Arab colleague, with whom I recently wrote an op-ed in the Globe, and I've got a copy there if you want me to send you, because we were commiserating of how difficult it is to do this work today when we've had so much success with young people, Jewish and Palestinian young people coming from over there here to camp to learn how to live and work together and go back and do peace work. And when he saw the context, he sent me an email saying, nope, it's a 9. But how do you work it out? It says we can work it out. How do you? Well, I've got a couple of sayings that I like to use. You're going to see I like to use little proverbs and sayings. Never attribute to malice that which can be attributed to ignorance. People are very quick to argue and scream and think that somebody intentionally is racist or Islamophobic or anti-Semitic. It could just be that they don't have the information. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, the ignorance is rampant. Ever since history was eliminated from the compulsory subject, you remember that old saying from Santayana, those who don't know history are bound or doomed to repeat it? The ignorance of the history of what's over there, even what's over here. In general, people are ignorant. Why? Because it's all done in sound bites now. Or in, oops, the timer went off, so I don't see it. I must have I didn't do it on purpose, I promise. Another issue that we need to remember is, oh my gosh, there's only 2 minutes left. Bridging the gap between theory and practice. I know a lot of university professors and their students who can quote chapter and verse back at you as if they're quoting from a textbook. No empathy. Busy labeling everybody. Label, label, label. White colonial oppressors. They've got all that theory and the labels, but not the empathy, not the understanding, not the skill to have the courageous conversation and exchange. And yes, I'm a strong believer in dialogue, but not just words. It has to be words to action. And there's another article all about that there, about the importance of dialogue, interfaith dialogue at time of conflict. So I beg you to please commit that you will reach out to your colleagues in this room, to the different congregations, with trained facilitators. It isn't a debate. There's a real skill, and if you want to have a training of trainers on how to do it, myself, my Muslim, my Arab colleagues, others will come and help with that. So it's not working now. I did tell you a little bit about these concepts in my 3 minutes. We do have to elaborate on those. It is said that because of baseless hatred within the community is why the Second Temple was destroyed, within the community. But right now we know the polarization within all our communities is a challenge, let alone between. We have to resolve that as well. You've heard a lot about healing the world from other faiths. We do have that in common. That is what we are commanded to do, and to lead by example. Too often, people in positions of power are leading by the example of debate, and if you have more power and those who speak the loudest or have the most votes, the tyranny of the majority or the tyranny of the bullies who can bully others by their theories or by their put-downs or by their marginalization, they can silence the others. So let's lead by example, all of us. I'm not, it's an onerous position to be representing all of Judaism, but we really do have to have more learning about what is Jewish and what is Judaism, because I've heard people say, oh, well, they're not victims of oppression. It's a religion. We don't include them in our anti-racist work because it's a religion. I feel like I just got started. So we can assist to understand when I hear someone say, oh, they're not a people. Why would anyone say that? And then why would a Jewish person say there's no such thing as a Palestinian? Identity is identity, and this identity politics needs to stop. That's taken over from our faith leaders, this kind of politics. The alarm is literally going off. So I am just going to, thank you. I am just going to beg you again, it's not in the culture of a university to legislate what definitions of certain words are. But one of our mantras in equity work is that people can define their own terminology and their own oppression. I wouldn't ever want to hear a white person say to a black person, that's not racism. But every day we hear people say, that's not anti-Semitism, that's political. We call it anti-Asian racism when somebody spray paints a Chinese restaurant because of the actions of a government of China. It's political demonstration if one goes and lobbies the embassy or lobbies the consulate, but not if Jews are held accountable for the actions of a foreign government. So we don't have time for this, but we do need to understand the history of successive occupations and the longing for thousands of years of returning to Zion. It's not anything that was just invented. So let's understand about all our identities. Let's turn what we call in our anti-hate work the importance of protection of the law, prevention, education in all its forms. This is how we heal. This is how we heal in the polarized world. And partnerships among all those who are here, and not competition, contention, and controversy. So let's clarify the terminology. Usually, I'm doing this of all the terminology, Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and anti-Semitism, and understand what the importance of democracy and the values of that, and from words to action. So here's some examples of Muslim-Jewish dialogue. Those who say it can't be done, don't interrupt the people that are doing it. Support the people that are doing it. The Arab-Jewish dialogue, this was our Arab-Jewish Seder, talking about freedom, and what does that really mean? The women have an important role to play. This was our Arab-Jewish dialogue of women, and what was it called? Together in hope. We can't give up hope. So let us, we say, Hina ma tovu manayim, behold how good it is for brothers and sisters to dwell together in unity and not to be stabbing each other in the back after they go to a conference like this. If I am not for myself, who will be for me? So we cannot be angry at people who are defending themselves or trying to rid the world of those people that want to kill them. And at the same time, we can't only be for ourselves. We have to be for the other and have empathy for all innocent victims of the kind of violence that power mongers fest on each other. And as an old timer who's supposed to be retired, I go back to Pirkei Avot. You are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. So I just want to thank you before I turn it over to Ruth. There's my email address. Let's keep the conversation going, and let's never, ever give up hope for peace and love and the end of hatred. And I now want to introduce Ruth. We weren't able to gather the whole choir, but it's just been wonderful to have Ruth come from Temple Shalom, which is right here in Ottawa. I hope all of you have visited and had dialogue there with the rabbi and the congregation. And Ruth is going to recite and chant from David's 23rd Psalm. The melody is by Debbie Friedman, and the translation by your colleague, Bob Chodos. You're more used to, we often actually chant this at funerals. You're used to hearing it in, I guess, the King James Version translation of ancient kind of English. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. But this translation, we understand to be more true to the original Hebrew. So thank you so much for doing this, Ruth. And her slide is next, there you go. Thank you. There it is.
Thanks very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Maybe I could have some assistance here for my singing voice. I'll put my glasses on. So I'm Ruth Shushan from Temple Shalom, and welcome. This is called Mizmor LeDavid, the Psalm of David. I had down that it was written by, the book of Psalms were sacred songs written by approximately 10 authors around 1000 BC. In the Hebrew Bible, Psalms begins the third and the last section of the biblical canon known as the writings. In Hebrew, it's called Ketuvim. And this is from David. Before David became the great king of Israel, he was a shepherd, and he wrote his psalms, his poetry, in the hills surrounding Bethlehem as he tended his flock of sheep. In this psalm, David describes God as a shepherd, tending to us closely in life or in death, in times of plenty or want. God, or Adonai, is good. Adonai provides, blesses, refreshes us, and is worthy of our trust. Okay. Adonai roi lo echsar binot sheyal bitzeni al mei menuchot ינעלני נפשי אשובב ינחני במעגלי צדק למען שמו גם כי אלך בגיא מוות לא ירא כי אתה עמדי שבטך ומשענתך המה ינחמוני. תערוך לפניי שולחן נגד צורריי, דשבת בשמש ראשי, כוסי והיה. אך טוב וחסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימים.
Thank you, Ruth. That was beautiful. And thank you, Dr. Mock, again as well. We'll now hear from the Christian perspective, and we have Dr. John Malloy with us for that.
Start coughing. So there we go. All right. Oh. How's that? Can you hear me? I must say, as an ex-politician, I'm always afraid of that question. When I was in office, I once asked that, and some people at the back said, no, we can't hear you. Some people at the front stood up and said, we actually can. Do you want to switch spots? But I'm out of politics now. I'm going to talk about Christianity. For many faith traditions, including Christianity, there's much about God that will always be unknown. But at its core, Christians believe that God is love, and God loves us unconditionally and with an intensity that goes beyond our imagination. All of us, without exception. Now, we're called to love one another just as God loves us. Everyone. And answering that call challenges us to build a common life with all our brothers and sisters in a way that absolutely everyone flourishes, even those we disagree with, even those we dislike, even those we abhor. Now, this is a very tough proposition these days. In our society, we often try to dominate those with whom we disagree, to shut them up, to shut them down, to dismiss their views as unworthy of consideration, and categorize them as a basket of deplorables, to use a term that was made famous by Hillary Clinton. There's a temptation, I think, to try to distance Christians from this reality, to point out Christ's call to love our enemies that I mentioned in my 3-minute introduction, and somehow claim that Christians aren't part of the problem. And yet we all know that's not true. Some of the loudest and most divisive voices out there, news commentators, social media giants, political pundits, proudly call themselves Christians. Christianity itself is polarized within denominations and between denominations. And the question, I guess, that's asked is, what's a follower of Christ to do? And before answering that, perhaps we need to ask a more basic question. Does Christ want us to disagree with each other? Is the Christian call simply to try to smooth things over and live together in some sort of forced harmony? I don't think that's Jesus' message, the message of Christianity. By calling us to love our enemies, he anticipated that we were going to have adversaries. He also spoke very often about following his way would be very difficult, and there would be those that would attempt to undermine us and even attack us. And remember, disagreement is not all negative. Having people we disagree with can be a good thing. The existence of those who challenge us is often the first step to understanding how we've oppressed people, how we've engaged in injustice. Engaging with competing voices can be an important step in realizing that perhaps we don't have all the answers. And remember, as I mentioned earlier, polarization is not simply about disagreement. Polarization is about seeing the other as lesser and dismissing them out of hand. So how do we avoid that happening? Luckily, Christianity contains some practices, and I've been struck by how similar they are to some of the other ones that have been presented today, but practices to help us build bridges and fight this idea of seeing the other as lesser. And in the short time that I have today, I want to focus on three. Now, the first might strike you as a little bit strange. It's gratitude. Christians are called to be continuously thankful for God's extraordinary gifts. St. Paul, whose writings make such an important part of the Christian scripture, had this to say: "Rejoice always, pray without ceasing, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you." Now, what does gratitude have to do with polarization? Actually, everything. Part of the reason that we are polarized is that we feel dissatisfied with a world that doesn't seem to listen to us. We feel powerless. We feel frustrated. And that's not a great starting point for any engagement with those you disagree with, particularly over some of the complex issues that we face today. Gratitude helps us see the world in a new light and allows us to appreciate what we have. It fuels, it fuels a sense of hope and possibility. It's the perfect platform to work with both friends and enemies. And I don't simply say that from a religious point of view. As I referenced a couple of times, I'm an ex-politician. And through the course of my work, I met with many individuals and groups that were looking for change. And most of them came to tell me how bad the world was, how awful I was, and how little we had accomplished. And I've got to tell you, that's not a good starting point for any kind of discussion. Then there were those groups and individuals who came to me to celebrate the progress that we have made, to express gratitude for even the most minor achievements and say, hey, can we use that as a way of moving forward? Suddenly a path opened up. We felt less helpless. We felt a bit more hopeful. Tied to gratitude is a second practice, humility. Humility is about acknowledging our individual and collective brokenness and imperfections before we engage with the wider world. Accepting the reality that all of us are trying to find the truth and we're all going to fall short. Humility is not in vogue these days. There are too many self-righteous voices out there wanting to dismiss any opposing or questioning perspectives as privileged, as out of touch, or simply wrong. Ironically, some of the least humble voices can be religious ones, somehow trying to position themselves as God's official spokespeople. And yet at the heart of Christianity, and I suspect many, if not all of the religions that we're celebrating today, is the understanding that you can never fully know the way of God. According to Christian tradition, we are all sinners, and that's okay. Christ didn't condemn our sinfulness. Instead, through his unconditional love, he forgave us and will continue to do so throughout our lives. In fact, if you read the Christian scriptures carefully, you'll find that Christ never showed any anger or frustration towards sinners. No, his criticism tended to be directed towards those who pretended that they weren't lost, that they weren't selfish, that they weren't hard of heart. One of Jesus' parables involves the story of two individuals, one with a small splinter of wood in their eye and the other with a beam. In the story, the person with the beam of wood puts all their energy into trying to call out the splinter in their friend's eye. The meaning is clear. How many of us ignore our major shortcomings and instead criticize the minor weaknesses of others? Now, there's a twist to this story. Although Jesus could have ended it there, he goes on to explain that by taking the beam of wood out of your own eye, you'll be able to help your friend take the splinter out of theirs. In other words, the starting point to engaging with others is to acknowledge our own weaknesses and problems first. Can you imagine if we adopted that practice in our public policy debates? Which leads me to my final practice, hospitality. Hospitality is a key part of Christian tradition. Now, when we think of hospitality, we may simply think about food and drink, and certainly there's a call to Christians to provide those who are hungry or thirsty. But that's not truly hospitality. Hospitality in the Christian tradition is welcoming someone metaphorically or even literally into your life for a visit. And hospitality comes with expectations. When you welcome someone into your home for a visit, for a meal, or just to get together, there's some expectations there. You expect that they will act appropriately as a guest. You expect that for that brief time you're going to put your differences aside. And you might expect even a small gift or an invitation to return to their home. The Christian theologian Luke Bretherton, who's influenced a lot of my work, has written a great deal on hospitality. He points out that to host someone, you need to learn their language literally and figuratively. You need to understand their worldview, their pain, and their sorrow. To quote Bretherton, you need to encounter that person neither as a statistic, nor as a stereotype, but as a human being, as one who bears the image of God with all the density and complexity being human entails. To welcome someone like this allows you to get a glimpse of the world from their viewpoint. It helps you understand why they might be taking a position you disagree with or even find abhorrent. It helps you reevaluate your perspective in light of their understanding of the world. It's difficult, yes, because it involves seeing the other as a human. It involves admitting to ourselves that we probably don't have all the answers. But it also involves something else, even more challenging. It involves putting your faith in God. Because if we believe that God works through others, then God must be working through even those that we dislike. Excuse me. Loving those we disagree with is not about surrendering to them or even changing our minds. Although we always need to be open to that possibility. Rather, it's a call to soften the edges, to abandon our winner-take-all mentality and see the other as also being God's creation, as confused, scared, and unsure as we are. And now I'd like to turn the floor over to Dan Brown and to Sandy Milne, who are going to sing a very, very important prayer within the Christian tradition that comes from St. Francis. I'm not going to say any more than that because I think when you hear the words, you'll know why we chose it for today.
St. Francis of Assisi, that is, whom we all know is a creation person, but maybe you don't know that he's a peace person too. In 1219, St. Francis went to Egypt and met Sultan Malik Al-Kamil, the Sultan of Egypt. They really got along. And I'd commend to you either The Sultan and the Saint or The Saint and the Sultan. One is a book and the other is a movie. They're really good. This is called Make Me a Channel of Your Peace, or the Prayer of St. Francis.
Make me a channel of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me bring your love. Where there is injury or pardon, Lord. And where there's doubt, true faith in you. Make me a channel of your peace.
mercy grant that I may never seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love with all my soul. Make me a channel of your peace. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned, in giving of ourselves that we receive, and in dying that we're born to eternal life.
Okay, friends, we are rounding the corner. We have 3 perspectives remaining to be shared. The next will be the Hindu perspective. Mr. Khanna, please come on up. We'd love to have you share that perspective with us. Thank you.
Namaste. I bow to the divinity in everyone in this room. The recent sufferings inflicted upon the people of Rohingyas of Myanmar, Afghanistan, the Yazidis in Iraq and Syria, the Syrian civil war, Yemen, etc., and more recently in Ukraine, Russia, and now Israel and Hamas. Forgivable, unforgivable, the unacceptable as they were, but I think we should just pause and reflect for a minute. If you join me in reflecting, are these stripes, the last dozen of stripes in the last 15, 20 years, I'm borrowing an expression of hope that Dr. Mark had said so often in the morning session and this session, a hope, is the trajectory going this way or is it likely possibility going that way? Because every statement that is true, there is almost always another statement equally true, or multiple statements equally true, not opposite, equally true. So the reflection that I was hoping that we would indulge in our minds, are these recent strifes, struggles, wars, conflicts, are they at the same intensity, scope, and frequency as the ones we have experienced in this planet before? I'm not going to the list of wars that have started from 490 BC, but I'll only speak of or address the world wars. World War I, 22 million people died. World War II, the estimate is anywhere from 35 to 50 million people died. And of course, the communist upheavals, communism and upheavals, not communist, communism upheavals. But in all this, three transformational events took place in the midst of the Second World War. One, 6 million lives were brutally lost in the Holocaust. And then shortly around the same time, 140,000 people were vaporized within seconds in the 1 million degree temperature. 1 million degree temperature of the atomic bomb blast in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And that, I say, is a transformational, or these were transformational events, because since then, for us to consider the possibility of hope that I'm referring to, that maybe we have learned some lessons.
Because the frequency, intensity, and the scope of the present-day conflicts are not as bad as they were before. I shouldn't say not bad, but not the same level, same type as they were before. Along with that, something else as transformation has taken place. Because of the less frequency of the wars, conflicts, or the scope that I keep referring to, is the quality of our life. I won't go into full detail, just two examples. There's a plethora of examples given by people like Steven Pinker and Homo Deus by Harari, etc., etc. There's an enormous amount of wealth as to what progress we've made, but I'll use two examples. For the longest time in the history of mankind, less than 2% of our population lived above subsistence level, ever. Thanks to the Millennium Development Goals, at the turn of the century, the figure was 20%. 20% lived above subsistence level as compared to 2% the rest of the entire history of mankind. Bangladesh. Bangladesh, at the time of its liberation in 1971, had a life expectancy of 32 years. Now it's 72 or 73. Child mortality, 35% then, now less than 4%. Bangladesh was longest considered for the longest time as the basket case, a hopeless case. But thanks to the empowerment of the women, microeconomics, and the empowerment of the women they were gained, Bangladesh's GDP stands at $500 billion now. From a basket case to $500 billion. But it's not just Bangladesh. The stupendous quality of life improvement in the sub-Saharan desert. Sub-Saharan South. Now, I will, at this stage, just go into my main thrust, the main point, is the lessons we can learn, or at least draw attention to the lessons we can learn. And there are four examples. I'll quickly go through. The first example being Gandhiji's ahimsa. Ahimsa, non-violence. Oopsie-doodle-doo. I better be very careful with no violence. I should not also be agitated in what I say, softly, gently. Gandhiji's words are being uttered here. So, there was a salt march, civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is not something, the absence of war or violence, but it's a lifestyle, it's a form of life, discipline, courage, but above all, self-sacrifice. At the time of the British rule, there was a tax on salt. The poorest people of the world, of India, had to pay taxes on salt, and Gandhiji took the civil disobedience to the final stage, or ultimate stage, and had a protest. This photograph is really doesn't fully do justice, but thousands of people showed up, and they marched in four groups of lines of four, those who have seen Gandhi movie, to be hit on the head with sticks. The soldiers or the policemen who were hitting them got tired and got replaced, and these people kept going one after the other, row after row, being beaten up in the skulls, and the women would take them away, put bandages, and a new batch would come. Civil disobedience. That was the example, but these are old photographs, I think, the new ones. Then we come to second part, ahimsa. Ahimsa again is Panchsheel. Panchsheel was a concept used, it was an agreement signed between China and India, the 5 principles of coexistence, which was adopted by India, China in 1952, and as a motion presented by Yugoslavia, India, and I believe it's Sweden, the 3 countries, and was adopted by the United Nations in 1957, and it formed the basis of the non-aligned movement. It fell out of favor simply in China in the case, because China became the bad guys, took over Tibet. From their perspective, they didn't take over. China and India have never, ever fought aggressively outside of their domain. Tibet was never seen as something separate, just like Hong Kong and Taiwan from the Chinese perspective. We may not agree with that, but that's what they thought, and that was the reason. Anyway, there's a renewed interest in Panchsheel being brought up. Now I'll come to the main thrust of this. China-India border is 4,000 kilometers long, 4,000 kilometers at the roof of the world. China and India are the third and the fourth largest military powers in the world. They have nearly the state-of-the-art military industrial level killing skills. Nuclear-powered countries, armaments like you wouldn't, other than USA and Russia, no other country has that same kind of armament. But you will see the notion of the ethos in the Chinese and Indian civilization, two of the world's most populous countries, Ahimsa from Indian side, and Tao Te Ching's, Lao Tse's or Tao Te Ching, win, but not necessarily through war. Excellent warriors are not ferocious. And this is what I'm going to show the next 5-6 slides. New officers, enemy officers, whenever they come to commanding officers, when they come to this new post, they're greeted by the enemy. Here's a lieutenant general. A general is being applauded by the enemy. Enemy soldiers have daily drills to familiarize each other, both in terms of the armaments, but they're not allowed to shoot, kill by bullets, swords, snipers, landmines, drones, or shelling. Hand-to-hand combat. And they train each other in martial arts. No guns, no grenades, no snipers, no mines, no drones, no shelling. Third and the fourth largest military in the world. Here are the enemies, Indians on this, Chinese on this side, carrying an injured soldier. It doesn't matter who the injured soldier was from. This is the ethos which goes back not because of the politicians, the leaders in politics, but because of the ethos of non-violence, non-injury, and in Confucius' concept, the military was given the very low importance, and the soldiers in military are the lowest rung of the social order. Something that we can draw, not inspiration, but courage from, hope. And I thank you. And we have now children from the Brahmrishi organization, one of the most valued, respected organizations in both in Canada and overseas, and they'll be delighting us with some hymns from the scriptures. Thank you.
Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santo Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kashchit Dukha Bhavet.
May all be happy. May all enjoy health and freedom from disease. May all enjoy prosperity and may none suffer.
This prayer is for the welfare of humanity. You have to work in life to get results. There are unknown factors that may affect these results. By praying to the Lord, you may improve these results, and to acknowledge that whatever happens, God is there to look over it. Om Sarvana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviyam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
May He protect us both. May He nourish us both. Together may we perform with vigor. May what we have learned be filled with brilliance, and may it not give rise to violence. Om, peace, peace, peace.
At the beginning of class, students and teacher will recite this prayer. They'll seek for God's blessings, for good study and learning with no obstacles in their way, such as
poor memory, not able to concentrate, or poor health. They will also seek that there will be a good relationship between the student and the teacher. If not, whatever subject it is, it will be very difficult for them to learn. Therefore, this prayer is important for student and teacher.
Thank you again, Mr. Khanna, and to those lovely young people, and to the various tech folks who are making everything work as we go along. We'll now hear from Professor Malcolm Solis to share with us an Indigenous perspective. Welcome, Mac.
Thank you for this time. Thank you, fellow presenters. I've learned so much here today. And the spirit that's unfolding here among us is great. My spirit name is Nilna Ubbas. I am a tree. And it's taking me a long time to unpackage the meaning of that word in terms of all of the aspects of my life. But it's my responsibility to do that, because the spirits that gave me that name were consciously putting me on a journey. I'm unfolding one of our most ancient traditions, holding the eagle feather. Again, it was a gift given to me by elders, by people who had determined that what I represented was sufficient to warrant this great responsibility. I want to do two things only here today. First of all, my work is in indigenization. And in my work in indigenization, not just with non-Indigenous people, but with my own people, because we have been taken away from our traditions for a long time. And now we're rediscovering them in this journey to fulfill our place in creation. So there are four great forces, is what I call them, that Indigenous people get. It's their inheritance as soon as they're born into their families. First of all is the presence of the Creator in your life. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to do anything specific in order to unfold it. It's there. Creator is always present there. Second great force, the universe. I'm a man, so I'm not too smart sometimes, and I actually have to rely on women to teach me certain aspects of life, and so I've been scolded a lot in my life, believe me. And sometimes I don't know why I'm being scolded. And unless someone is patient enough to tell me what I did wrong or right, I don't know. Anyway, so I was having a hard time with finding a way of describing to the average person what this connection to the universe means in your everyday life. Because my work is with people who have a lot of problems. I'm a social worker. My field is child welfare, so that's basically a very, very difficult aspect of practice. Anyway, and so how do I introduce to people with a lot of issues in their life these four great forces that they have present in them and thereby can help them? So the universe. Anyway, I met this young woman who was a helper with an elder I knew, and her name was Jesus. In my language, Jesus means sun. I had never met anybody named Sun before. So I told her, holy mackerel, that's really good. Your name is Sun. And I said, but for the life of me, I can't remember in my language the word for moon. And I pray a lot, like I'm constantly praying. I'm sure I'm like you guys, it's sort of like my day is a prayerful continuation. I'm always asking for something. Anyway, she said, in my language, and she's a Ojibwe from Manitoulin Island, she said, it's the same word. I said, holy mackerel, sun and moon are the same word. And so I embarked on a little journey to find out if they were the same word in my language. Sure enough. And that's why I couldn't find the word, because I already knew it. So I said, hey, you know what? If you don't mind, can I ask you, what's your take on the universe? Like, why is the presence of the universe so important? She said, that's easy. It's energy. Source of energy. Constant, continual. You don't have to do anything. You're just in the midst of it. Can that energy from the universe flow and affect my everyday life? Yes. You don't have to do anything to get it, except be conscious of the fact that you are also energy and that you give off energy. Third great force, ancestors. Wow, this is like a fantastic indigenous concept that is so important that I have a continual, consistent relationship with the people who've gone before. They're constantly present in my life because, life is both spirit and physical. And lots of times we don't have the opportunity to explore the nature of the spiritual world in our everyday lives. But it's here. It's right here, right now. It's among us all, okay? So you can take my last name is Solace, therefore you can take some solace in the fact that, the ancestors are always there with you. I even take the chance at nighttime, like tonight when I go back to my room and I reflect upon the day, I'll ask the ancestors, well, how do you think I did today? But it's a chance you take, because they're going to be brutally honest with you, well, you could talk a little bit more formal when you do these things, instead of like casual. Anyway, it's the one thing that I find non-Indigenous people are constantly trying to get from us Indigenous people is an idea of the traditions that present in our lives because it's an inheritance from the ancestors. But you have your own. You have your own ancestors, and they're trying to help you constantly. Final force, and the most important in the everyday life of everyday people is the land. My partner here today will give you a teaching on the importance of land. He is also a helper of people in this region, Waterloo region, and he's doing fantastic work. What a guy. The minute I met him, he was a student of mine a long time ago. The minute I met him, I knew he had this thing where he was going to be able to engage real life in real humans' lives and make a big difference. So he's going to give you a teaching on the land. Okay, when did all this polarization between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people begin here in this country, in Canada? I know there are a lot of people here who haven't been here like since the beginning, like since the French or the English or whatever. A man gave me a definition of indigenous. What does indigenous mean? And here's his definition. He said, it's the way we were before the others came. And in Canada, there is a discernible point in history when the others arrived. We know it. So I was working with an elder, a friend of mine, and we were talking about this. But at a conference, a panel discussion put on by Global Affairs Canada one time, I was on that panel, and someone asked the question at the end, and they said, are God and Creator the same? Boom. The ancestors gave me the answer. The answer is no. They are not the same. In my language, an ancient language, long before the arrival, we had a word for Creator. We had this understanding about the nature of Creator and how He's present in our lives. God arrived on a boat, and God brought with Him a book, and God brought with Him a building, and God brought with Him black robes, men in black robes. That's how God got here. And ever since then, there's been this competition between the value of God versus the value of Creator, and that's my legacy. That's where I'm at. And I embrace that legacy because somehow now I've got to find a way of building a bridge between these two important elements of this world that we're in. Thanks very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clarence Kakagi, and I'm just going to piggyback off what Max said, but I'm going to talk about connectedness, and I'm going to talk about spirit, and I'm going to talk about our ancestors. Wache, Ani, Boju, Sego. Hello. My name is Kiwe Tinwe Inane. That translates into North Windman. I'm from the people of the Mushkegawak, people of the river, Chapleau Cree First Nation, Bear Clan, and I am a beautiful person. It took me a while to be able to say that. It took me about 45 years. But today I can make that declaration, and it's a beautiful thing. I want to acknowledge some things about connectedness, about my belief, about my faith, about spirituality. When we greet things, we always start at the top. We acknowledge the sun. We acknowledge that first fire that was given to us and how that sun is connected to the men and how that sun is connected to the molten lava in the center of the earth and how that sun is connected to the fire in our hearts. Then we talk about the moon and how that's connected to the women and the water and the tides in the ocean and how that water is life. And when that water breaks, it brings life. And then we talk about our connectedness to the two-leggeds who are here. We talk about our connectedness to the four-leggeds and some of those ones that we have as pets from the wolf. We talk about the winged ones and what they give us and what they bring us in regards to our values, in regards to our beliefs. We talk about the swimmers and how we're connected to those swimmers that thrive in a different space,
and how they dwell in the water. We talk about the crawlers and what they bring us and what they teach us. We acknowledge those standing ones, the trees, and we acknowledge what those trees bring us in regards to clean air, in regards to warmth, in regards to safety, in regards to houses, paper, and lodges. And then we acknowledge all of the plants in creation, and then we acknowledge all of the medicines in creation. And then we acknowledge our oldest ancestors, which are the rocks, the minerals, and the mountains, and the rivers and the streams and the oceans, all as equals within that circle of life. And then we come to our ancestors. We're always acknowledging our ancestors. We acknowledge the hardships, the struggles, and the barriers that all of our ancestors overcame in order for us to be here today. We acknowledge our spirit helpers. And then we always ask the Creator to watch over us as our Mother the Earth comforts us and gives us everything that we need to sustain life. And as we talk about our Mother, I wanted to bring one of our medicines, Wingush, sweetgrass, represents a hair of our Mother the Earth. And our Mother is very kind and very gentle to us, and so is this medicine. But it takes 3 strands to make one braid. In each braid, there's 21 strands of grass, and they acknowledge those 7 generations that came before us. They acknowledge the foundational teachings of our 7 grandfathers, which is honesty, humility, truth, bravery, wisdom, love, and respect. And then the 3rd braid represents those generations that haven't come yet, and the responsibilities that we have to them. This represents mind, body, and spirit. But when you put it together, the black and white of this medicine is about kindness. Be kind to ourselves, be kind to creation, be kind to each other. And it's an honor for me to be here today. Yinaskomatin, aho.
Okay, folks, thank you, Clarence, and thank you, Mac, as well. We now have our last perspective to be shared with us, and this is the humanist perspective. And I believe Catherine Demus is still with us. Do I see Catherine behind me? Okay, thank you. Catherine, over to you for for the humanist perspective. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mike. I see.
It all started for you.
Okay, I don't know what to...
Slides.
Yep.
This will advance your slides.
Oh, there's my
while
slides.
you're here.
Okay.
And there's just enough room for your papers.
Do I need that?
Well, it gives you a sense of how far along, how much time you've
Oh,
got
don't
left.
worry. It's okay. I already timed it.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
I'll take it right from
Thank you. Oops. Can I adjust this? Sure. Thank you. Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to thank our hosts, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, for their hard work in organizing this conference, and to all of you for supporting a shared vision of increased collaboration, harmony, and peace. Oh, thank you. Oh, I can turn the page. No, it was good over there. Yep. Thanks. In a climate marked by fragmentation and polarization, we must consider realistic avenues that can lead us towards solidarity and healing. Looking through the integrated lens of humanism and secularism, we can explore a compelling vision for a more caring and peaceful world. So how can we heal a polarized world emotionally, politically, socially, and culturally from a humanist standpoint, taking into consideration the multitude of religions and philosophies? How do I fold this? Do I just do this? Oh, there we go. By collaborating on shared goals. We can start with the universal truth that strength lies in unity, while division leads to vulnerability. This fact is readily seen in human societies and organizations. So by working together, we can lead to collective strength and success, while conflict and discord can weaken and erode our ability to accomplish shared aspirations. Oh, it's still up there. Whoops. By acknowledging diversity. Humanists respect the dignity and autonomy of every individual, regardless of belief or cultural background. Rather than seeking to convert or dominate, humanism calls for recognizing that the richness of our collective human experience is enhanced by diversity and inclusivity. In a world where differences often lead to conflict, humanism provides a solid foundation where people with diverse viewpoints can stand together in pursuit of a brighter future for us all. It invites us to focus on our shared humanity and see that our similarities far outweigh our differences. Embracing humanist principles means embracing a universal ethic that transcends any doctrine, fostering a more inclusive environment where kindness, love, and peace can flourish. By thinking critically. One of the key concepts of humanism is recognizing the values of rationality and evidence-based analysis. In a polarized world where misinformation and prejudice abound, a commitment to thinking logically and making rational decisions can be a very powerful tool for building bridges of understanding. By encouraging critical thinking, humanism empowers us to question our biases and assumptions, paving the way for a more open and authentic dialogue. This amplifies our ability to comprehend and appreciate the perspectives of others and to cultivate empathy toward their thoughts and feelings. By recognizing our shared human values. Humanism is a rewarding way of life built on a bedrock of human values and ethics, prioritizing reason, compassion, and our collective well-being. It is a philosophy that transcends religious, cultural, political, and social boundaries and provides a foundation for shared human values that can unite us all. Additionally, humanism highlights the profound significance of moral principles that are deeply rooted in the welfare and prosperity of humanity. Values such as compassion, empathy, fairness, and justice are not the exclusive domain of any religion. They form a common thread that runs through the tapestry of human experience. By embracing our shared moral framework, we can forge a profound and harmonious alliance to address the disheartening adversities that beset our world: poverty, discrimination, ecological degradation, without being hindered by polarizing disputes that often impede progress. By respecting the only life we have. In humanist philosophy, the focus is on this life, the tangible world, the only world we know, and the realization that we can improve our own lives and the lives of others right here, right now. This earnest appreciation of our present life imbues us with a sense of urgency to address the difficulties that impact us all, regardless of religious, cultural, and political boundaries. Humanism invites us to find common ground in the pursuit of real and feasible solutions to benefit humanity as a whole, fostering a spirit of cooperation that is essential for healing and lasting peace. This is why humanists champion human rights and social justice, regardless of one's faith. This includes advocating for equality, tackling discriminatory laws and prejudice mindsets, and improving universal access to essential needs, such as clean water, nutritious food, and affordable healthcare and education. By keeping faith and law in their respective realms, humanists advocate for keeping religion out of government and public policies to ensure that legal decisions are fair and unbiased, and that they are grounded in objective truths rather than religious tenets. By upholding this principle, we can foster a just and balanced system that appreciates the diversity of beliefs and values cherished by its citizens, and one that treats everyone fairly and equitably. Secularism also has additional benefits. It safeguards individual freedoms. It prevents the imposition of any one faith on an incredibly diverse population. And it lays the groundwork for a harmonious society where people of all faiths, or none, can coexist peacefully, contributing to the common good without fear of discrimination. As we navigate the complexities of our dynamic global landscape, humanism can be a beacon of hope, guiding us to encourage plurality and inclusivity. By appreciating diverse philosophical traditions from people all over the world, while anchoring our shared values in reason and compassion, and working together on mutually beneficial goals, we can build bridges and mend cultural, religious, social, and political divides. Our inclusive approach to living fosters a sense of belonging for everyone, reinforcing the idea that we are all essential and unique members of the human family. In closing, humanism offers a compelling vision for nurturing kindness and peace and healing our polarized world. It calls upon us to embrace our shared humanity, to celebrate our diversity, to work together, and to be respectful and compassionate toward each other, so we can create a more harmonious world and peacefully coexist and overcome any barriers that may divide us. And we can embark on this journey together, a journey toward a brighter future, a future where the principles of humanism guide us in creating a world embodied with kindness, peace, and the flourishing of all humankind. And while humanists do not have any scripture, we do have a deep appreciation for the beauty of nature, and we are inspired by the harmonious melodies of music, the captivating expressions of art, the profound insights of literature, and the rich tapestry of our multicultural global fabric. And on that note, I would like to invite Chris Hamilton to recite a poem called Human Family by the illustrious African-American poet Maya Angelou, and Remy Wright-Lowe to share an excerpt from the book Pale Blue Dot, A Vision of the Human Future in Space by the renowned astronomer Carl Sagan.
Thank you, Catherine. Human family. I note the obvious differences in the human family. Some of us are serious, some thrive on comedy. Some declare their lives are lived as true profundity, and others claim they really live the real reality. The variety of our skin tones can confuse, bemuse, delight. Brown and pink, and beige and purple, tan and blue and white. I've sailed upon the 7 seas and stopped in every land. I've seen the wonders of the world, not yet one common man. I know 10,000 women called Jane and Mary Jane, but I've not seen any two who really were the same. Mirror twins are different, although their features jibe, and lovers think quite different things while lying side by side. We love and lose in China. We weep on England's moors. We laugh and moan in Guinea. We thrive on Spanish shores. We seek success in Finland, are born and die in Maine. In minor ways we differ. In major, we're the same. I note the obvious differences between each sort and type, but we are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike. We are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike. We are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike. Thank you. Remy?
Look at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you have ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Like it or not, for the moment, the earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal with more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known. Thank you.
Thank you, and peace be with you.
Thank you again, Catherine, and thanks to each of our speakers. We're now going to take a 15-minute refreshment and bio break, and so please be back at 4:40 for those who want to join us for questions. We've received a number of questions I'm seeing behind me here. All of our speakers are going to join me up on stage, and they'll be available to take your questions then. So thank you again, and we'll see you at 4:40.
Hello, today we're broadcasting from Canada in Waterloo, Ontario, from Wilfrid Laurier University in the Lazaridis Hall for the World Religions Conference, the 41st World Religions Conference, which is the largest interfaith conference in Canada. Today I'm here with Nabil Rana, who is the event coordinator. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Thank you for having.
So Nabil, tell the audience, what is the historical origin of this World Religions Conference? Also tell them how this such a big event is funded and what organization actually organizes all this.
So the primary primary sponsor of this event is the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat. The Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, as you know, is founded over 100 years in Qadian, India, by Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, the promised Messiah, alayhi salam. He envisioned and he gave us the vision of this conference. So he wrote in one of his books and his writings that he gave this vision to hold this event, and it's been held since then. Many countries, and in Canada, as you know, the 41st year we're doing it.
this year. So it's the primary as in terms of the sponsorship you mentioned, we do get in-kind help from, like, for example, universities, municipalities, other organizations, but the dollar money comes from all within the organization, which is the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat.
That's amazing. Now, you're obviously not a one-man team. There's a big team that works behind you. Describe your volunteers, ages, what they're doing, how long does it take to set this type of event, all those kind of things.
So we have volunteers of all ages, including kids, ladies, youth, seniors, and for this event, like the event that's happening today, I can tell you because I just looked at the registration data, there were 130 volunteers,
That's amazing.
and those were only from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat.
Wow.
Another 90 volunteers are from 22 other organizations. So
That's
total
amazing.
over 200 volunteers. But throughout the year, obviously that number is not that many number that works. Throughout the year, there's about 10, 15 who work year round. Because this event,
amazing.
it takes almost 8-10 months to organize an event of this nature, because there's so much coordination, so many, as you say, moving parts that need to be taken care of for this event.
That's amazing. And so I know that there's going to be also an exhibition. We were talking about 8 speakers that are going to be going up there speaking about the topic, but there's also going to be an exhibition that's going to be set up in the main hall behind me here. And there's going to be lots of free books, lots of information about all sorts of different, religions and backgrounds and the topic as well. What would you say is the most exciting part about the exhibition? I mean, for me, I think it's an open forum, open, everybody's able to converse with each other and talk to each other, which is amazing. But what would you say your favorite part of the exhibition is?
So that is that the exhibition area, or as we call as the WRC Bazaar, it becomes the central hub of all the activity during the breaks and after and before the event. That is when the public from different faiths actually interact with each other. For sure, there are tables and displays of different organizations with artifacts and books and whatnot, but most importantly, people are gathering to meet and greet each other, and they are making new connections, making new friends. So we will have humanists, Sikhs, Jews, Hindus, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists becoming friends in that little area. So we will give you a tour of that soon, but that is what that place is all about.
Good. So tell us a little bit about this exciting event that's taking place
yes,
today.
As you mentioned, this is the 41st year. It has become, in last decade or so, Canada's largest multi-faith event. We are expecting upwards of 800 guests today. The topic today is very current and topical: how to heal a polarized world. So yes, we are expecting a lot of leaders and government leaders as well. There are 8 faiths being represented today, including the humanist who do not subscribe to any faith. So that's the setup today.
That's great. And so we're going to be having lots of people from all different backgrounds and religions. This is what kind of embodies Canada for what it is. What would you say was one of the biggest challenges you had in organizing this event? And what would you say is the biggest gain from events like this in Canada?
So I've been involved with the World Religions Conference for the last 25 years. Not 41 years. So before that, it was other people involved. So the last 25 years, every year a new challenge. Every year, because dealing with 22 plus different faith organizations, church groups, religious organizations, and other philosophical societies, there's always some challenge of coordination, and then their cultures and then the religions come in. Like, for instance, picking a day If you do it on Friday, you can't do it because Muslims there's a holy day. Do it on Saturday, it's Sabbath for Jews. And do it on Sunday, it's church day for Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs.
That's right.
So there is a big challenge, and we also have to compromise somewhere. And then this year, because of what's happening in the world with the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, we are getting heightened security issues. So that has been another challenge this year. But by the grace of God, I think we manage to pull through all these challenges when we work with taking into consideration the needs of different organizations. And I would like to add here, that is why we think that this place, Waterloo region or Canada in general, is a wonderful place where is a shining example of diversity, where we can show that different faiths can breathe the same air. We can live in the same place and we can come together. This event is unique because Canada being diverse and multicultural, we don't have many such events where 7 or 8 faiths get together or cultures get together in one room and discuss anything. It's usually, we're living in our own pockets, and in Canada they have different events going on all over Canada, and they're, for instance, the Polish, the Portuguese, the Sikh community, the humanist community, they have their own big events, and we have our big event, right? But how many events do we have where all of us come,
Exactly. This is an event where all religions come together. We all sit together. We discuss a topic. We get to know each other, and we embrace our differences. Love for all, hatred for none. What can people really expect to hear and see at this type of an event? Not sort of the agenda of it, but what can they see? What can they expect?
So I think the main thing is the diversity and the spirituality that flows, and you can see that I've been organizing and attending this conference for many years, and any topic I see, the religions, the teachings are very similar. I'm just predicting right now. War, there are other things that are the cause of war. This is a misconception. So these are some of the main objectives we have. We want to send out, and by having diversity from 8 different groups, I think that sends a strong message.
Absolutely. And we do have 8 different groups that will be speaking today, but there will be hundreds in the audience that will be from different religions and backgrounds. So we're super excited, very, very excited to be hosting this event in Waterloo, Ontario, broadcasting it out to the world, and hopefully we can keep this program going for years and years and years. Thank you very much, Nabil.
Thank you for having me. And
well, we're really looking forward to this event. 41 years, it's a very long time to be
holding an event annually, and it's been getting better and better and better, more and more improvements. So we're very excited to get this started, and stay tuned, and we'll definitely touch base in the next break as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, Assalamu alaikum to everyone tuning in. If you watched the first half of the event, brilliant, you already know what's happening. If you haven't and you have just tuned in, this is the World Religions Conference. It's very self-explanatory. The religions of the world, 8 of them, or cultures, different cultures of the world, coming together at a conference, talking about a different theme every year. This edition of the WRC, the 41st edition, our theme is how to heal a polarized world. And I believe that this theme could not have come at a better time. Hello everyone, we are here with Mike Clifton from the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. And we're just going to ask him some questions. Mike here has been coming to the event for a few years. He was actually a speaker here a while ago. So, Mike, great to see you. It's been a while.
It's good to be here.
Today?
Good. It's always fun to be here.
So I just wanted to get your opinion on the entire event as a whole. You know, it's not often that we get a chance to have so many people of different religions in a room talking about the same theme or the same topic. So how's your experience been here in the past?
I've been coming for about 10 years, or 10 to 11 years. And yeah, it's a wonderful thing. It's not just hearing when people are saying the same things, but when they say different things, but it's all coming from the same spirit of brotherhood and humanity. So it's always a positive experience being here.
So we were talking off camera, and I remember as well, you were a speaker here a few years ago.
In 2018.
So were there any moments that might have stood out to you? It doesn't have to be from your speaker days, of course.
No.
But
Well, and that's the thing. It's like every year is fun. That year stands out because I got that opportunity to be a speaker. It's a little intimidating, and it's also very fun. But you also get a lot more out of things when you're trying to teach or present, because you have to do all that thinking and preparation beforehand. So in that sense, that was a more meaningful opportunity personally. So I simply got to give more of myself to the event. But I enjoy it every year, coming here, people, meeting people. They come up to the booth. I go to the other booths. I have friends here in the various different religious and non-religious groups, and it's just great to be here.
So you mentioned your booth and the booths. We have a WRC Bazaar, as they call it. Tell us a little bit about your booth. What do you have here? What did you bring along with you?
Apparently I brought along people from other groups. We have basically just some information about the basic beliefs of the church, our faith in Jesus Christ, that we believe in a restoration of the original church and the gifts of prophecy and priesthood that the church had. And then we have materials here, a testimony of the living Christ, and sort of guides that we give to youth and families about how to live a gospel-centered life, to strive to be your most spiritually and morally best self.
Awesome. One last question for you. Every year at WRC we have a different theme. The theme this year is how to heal a polarized world. How important do you think, given the context of events happening globally, how important do you think this theme is for us to center around it and talk about it?
I think it's critical. I think, and it's not just in the area of religion, obviously it's in politics, in all social areas, families. There's a whole lot of disintegration and destruction going on. And we're beginning to treat polarization as the norm and not recognize that that's a dysfunction and damage to community and to our own psychology and our relationships. And we need to heal, we need to redirect, we need to repent, to use the word that we like to use. We need to change direction, and we need to do it quickly, emphatically, and with all our willpower directed.
That's a way I hadn't looked at it yet, and I think that's what we all get from coming here. We can all further our own point of views and learn from everyone else. So, Mike, it's been great having you.
Thank you. You too.
And see you next year, hopefully.
Thank you.
Hello, and we are here with Reverend Ananda, representing Buddhism. This is his first year here at the event, and he is going to be one of the speakers of the event. So, Ananda, great to meet you. Nice to have you here.
Yeah.
So, I know you have spoken. You'll be speaking on the event, so we'll leave that for the viewers to watch in the live stream or if they're here. But I wanted to ask you around the importance of the topic. Obviously, the theme of this year's WRC being how to heal a polarized world. How important do you think that topic is, given all the events that we see going on around us?
Right. So now, me being a clergyman, a Buddhist monk, a person who's being in a path of spirituality, I think the utmost importance of any clergyman or a spiritual seeker is healing. Now, be it the healing from a trauma or be it a healing from a broken heart to a broken world. So I think the topic is quite timely, given the fact that we are in a state of a lot of wars and polarization, and it's the exactly correct time. I don't know, the conference wasn't planned around that timing, but I think it's spot on. The timing is perfect, and I think it's very crucial that we address these things and find a solution as fast as possible.
So the WRC is almost unique, a singularity in the manner that we have speakers come from different backgrounds, different religions, different cultural beliefs, and they talk and centered around a specific topic. How important do you think it is to hear from everyone? Do you think that carries a special importance given whatever topic it is?
Right. So I think to solve any crisis, be it a household matter like a husband and wife fighting with each other, a domestic matter, the most important thing is the discourse, the dialogue, the discussion you make. And also the most important thing is that you start seeing it from multiple perspectives.
Yes.
Because often what happens is we have a perspective and we think that's the only perspective and that's the right perspective. But the moment we see multiple perspectives, we see that there's balance in it and there's unity in it and there's solidarity in it, even you think that it's very different.
That's a very good point. Yes, I believe that is also very important. So, Reverend, it was great having you. I
Yes.
hope to see you at many
All the best to
WRCs
you.
to come.
Thank
Have
you.
a great time.
You too.
Hello, everyone. We are here with Sasan from
Hello.
the Society of Free Thinkers. So, Sasan, I just wanted to ask you, I know that you had an opportunity to actually be a speaker at one of the previous versions of this event. So, what was your experience like? Were there any points or any memories that stood out to you as a whole? Just
There were 8 different faith groups represented at that particular event, and I loved how everybody came together in unity, in a common message of healing and advancing the world. And we may have differences of opinion on certain subjects, but what we all have in common is our love of family and our service of our community and our desire to live in a peaceful and safe planet. So I thought that was what I took away from that 5 years ago is still a very vivid memory for me.
awesome. So you mentioned unity and common message, and I just wanted to touch upon that. We do have a theme every year at the WRC, and as you know, the theme for this year is how to heal a polarized world. So, given the context of events that are going on around the world, how important do you think it is for us to come together and talk about this particular topic?
I think this particular topic could not have been more timely given everything that's happening in the world. I think that a lot of the polarization that happens comes from differences in religion that we emphasize instead of looking at what are different beliefs, whether religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs or our ethics, our morals, what we have in common as people that brings us together. And instead of focusing on the differences, which is polarizing, we focus on what we have in common and what our mutual goals are, so that we're coming together not just as a community but as a planet.
I was talking to Reverend Ananda, and he mentioned that it's very important to have these events so we get to know perspectives and we get to see perspectives from a whole bunch of different religious and ethnic backgrounds. How important do you think that is, and how far does that go in helping us accomplish the goal in healing the polarized nature of this world?
I think meeting people from other cultures, meeting people from other faiths, I think meeting people without a religious belief, like myself, when we don't expose ourselves to different points of view, different cultures, different ideas, we start to think of them in maybe negative or hostile ways, not out of malice, but out of ignorance, because maybe you've never met an Iranian atheist before, and you might wonder what such a person is, and maybe you've been told some negative things. When you get to know somebody, of course, you realize how much we have in common, and
That's true.
that is how we heal a polarized world, is learning about each other and understanding that we all share the same love and attributes, and these are what bring us together. So it's really about exposing ourselves and making friends with people from other cultures, other beliefs, and realizing that we're all people. We come together.
And that's another thing I think about having an event like this. Everyone that I've spoken to today, everyone that I've interviewed, I've asked more or less the same questions, and everyone has had such an interesting and unique answer to it. It's expanding my own knowledge and my own perspective on things as well. So, Sasan, it's been great meeting you.
It's such a pleasure. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you for
and I hope to
organizing
see
such
you
a
at the next
wonderful and
WRC
meaningful
as well.
conference.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
Thank you.
Hello, and we're here with Lee from the Sophie Society. He's an attendee here at the event, and we're just going to ask him how he's finding the event, whether he liked what he heard so far, and if you've been here before. So, Lee, thank you for coming. Obviously.
Thanks for having me.
And how have you liked the event so far? Obviously, you were sitting inside, listening to a brief introduction of what the speakers had to say.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it so far. I got to be honest, I only heard the first couple of speakers. Had to do something, go out and do something else. But so far it seems to be good. I'm enjoying it.
So, as you know, every year at this event there is a different theme. The theme for this year being healing a polarizing world. How important do you think this theme is to talk about, to discuss amongst all people of various different schools of thinking? How important do you think it is for us to come together and talk about this?
I think, I think that's one of the biggest issues or threats to us now is how much things are being polarized. It's people can't seem to talk, to communicate, and so conflict has to increase when people aren't talking out their issues. So being in a
welcome back, and we're now going to enter kind of the closing section of the conference. We've had about 18 or so questions come in, and so I will be disappointing you. We have time for 3 questions. Apologies if we don't get to your question. I will be sharing the questions with the conference organizers, and in fact, a couple of the speakers have already asked if they could see them, and so know that your questions will be seen by the organizers and by our speakers, and I imagine some might even be open to sticking around for a minute or two after we close if you wanted to have a private conversation with folks. And so, with that, I've shared with our speakers, they'll have about 2 minutes each. We've got about 40 minutes or so for this section of the conversation. And so, with the 8 speakers, have about 2 minutes each for each of the 3 questions. As we start off this round, of the 18 questions we received, 8 of the 18 were asking about the Middle East. And so, to honor that, I felt it would be appropriate to, just start with that. Now, for those of you who posed questions, I can't ask all 8 of them. And so what I thought we could ask of each of our speakers would be to share any reflections they would like on the Middle East that might be informed by their faith. So the question would be, with your faith perspective in mind, what reflections would you have to share with our community with respect to the Middle East, particularly, and maybe you might want to keep in mind the theme of the conference being about healing in a polarized world. And I thought it might be appropriate. We had this order we've been going the whole way along with, so maybe I think we'll stick with that order. And so we'll have Reverend Ananda starting us off again. And please just be mindful of a 2-minute thereabouts. That's going to give us a chance to have all 3 questions. And so, Reverend, over to you.
Am I? All right. Great. So let me offer the Buddhist perspective. I think Lord Buddha, Buddha is actually a title. It's like the one who's emancipated. Before he became Buddha, he was a princess. So he was pretty familiar with the politics and the wars back in the day and all that. And every time I see that when there's a conflict near Buddha, he tries to de-escalate it. But then Buddha and the entire Buddhist community is fighting a much bigger war than the war for land. It's the war with yourself. So we have a bigger war to attend. So sometimes we tend to ignore about the wars which are happening outside. But having said that, again, there has been many situations where Buddha has influenced the political scenario in the contemporary times. For example, there's this movement called the Dalit movement, which started recently by Dr. Ambedkar, which is against the social injustice or the different factions being discriminated, marginalized people. So Buddha has said that these types of divisions are only for political reasons of some people, some greedy men. So essentially, you are in solidarity. You know, we are sharing the same DNA, we are sharing the same blood. It's the same thing. So don't fight, don't be violent. So most of the Indian philosophies like Jainism, Hinduism, Buddhism, they tend to have this concept of ahimsa, or I saw that our professor mentioned that non-violence. So non-violence is in the core of the religion. It does not appreciate any form of violence. There's 5 shiksha. I saw again in another presentation that one of the things is that I do not hurt someone, I do not physically harm someone. So coming to the Middle East problem, I think it's one of the most complicated issues that this mankind has ever faced, how to resolve that conflict. What I see is that when I grew up in Sri Lanka, we had a 30-year civil war where people fought, people died. There was a lot of destruction. When I went to the university, my best friend was from the opposite ethnic, Tamil. So there are 2 ethnicities in Sri Lanka, mainly Tamil and Sinhala. So I'm a Sinhalese, and my best buddy was a Tamil. Now, what I saw that, not as a monk, but when I was a boy at university, we just shared drinks, we went for parties, had food. In that, you don't find ethnicity, you don't find dogma in that. You're just human. So I think that is something that we could take to the Middle East. Share the food, share the drink, share the music, and you'll become one.
Thank you.
You know, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the community that's organizing this event today, has been very vocal about the oppressions that we have been seeing in the Middle East. And His Holiness, the Caliph of our community, he has urged members saying that you should stand up for oppression no matter the party. If Israelis are being oppressed, stand up for them. If Palestinians are being oppressed, you should stand up for them. You should always speak the truth. Under his guidance, we've launched a campaign called Voices for Peace, in which we encourage elected officials, people who have any sort of influence, to work towards de-escalation of the conflict. And, I feel that, of course, this conflict is a direct question for Islam and Judaism. And I know that many people have on their minds of what does the religion of Islam say about extremism. In my presentation, I mentioned that the religion of Islam forbids killing innocent people. The Holy Quran actually equates killing just one innocent person as killing all of mankind. Kidnapping people is against the religion of Islam. Capturing as prisoners of war non-combatants, this is against the religion of Islam. So true Islamic teachings, they condemn the events that took place on October 7th. So there should be no doubt about that. Look, there's a dire need of true leadership. Without leadership in any community, you cannot convey the true teachings of that teaching of the Holy Quran in this example. There was a 2008 classified report by UK's MI5, that's Military Intelligence Section 5. They reported on extremists living in Britain. And they said that far from being religious zealots, you could consider them to be religious novices. There were a disproportionate number of converts, people who already have very little knowledge of the faith, and the rest of them, they were partaking in alcohol consumption and using drugs, both of which are manifestly against the religion of Islam. Even our children know this. And that report concluded that a well-founded Muslim identity actually curbs extremism. So I would say that a well-founded religious identity, it curbs from extremism, from these types of acts. And we all know from hearing all of the faith representatives today that none of that can be justified using faith and religion.
So I agree with the Islam perspective that curbing the oppression, standing against the oppression,
is something doesn't matter from which faith we are. We have to stand for. From the Sikh perspective, if I say, the Sikh has always been a saint and a soldier all together. So if you look at the history of Sikhs, the Guru Nanak Dev Ji was born in 1500s. So it's not been too long. So all the 10 Gurus have set very good examples for us how to stand against oppression, injustice. Even our 9th Guru has given his life for other faith just to stand against the oppression and injustice. So regardless of what faith we are, if the innocent lives are on stake, if there are people who are armless, who are not there for the war or fight, I don't think so it's really right to make them part of it. Definitely leadership, the politicians, we cannot blame a faith here. The faith, the religions, they are actually here to provide all the base of love and compassion. But when the cleverness enters, right, unhealness enters, selfishness enters, that's when you start to see this chaos, where the people here on the front, they just doing all these things just for their own selfishness, but for us they are presented some other way. So we should be wise enough to see through it and always stand for the injustice and oppression. Thank you.
Well, I certainly agree 100% with my colleagues here, and the Jew and the Muslim on the panel are completely in sync. I think what we're both saying, and all of us are saying, is what's happening in the Middle East right now, in particular with Israel and Hamas, or Israel and Palestine, or Jews and Arabs, is not a religious issue. It is a political issue. And when people right away try to say, oh, you know, if you want to talk about anti-Semitism in school or here, we have to talk about Islamophobia as well. Or we have to see how Jews and Muslims have to talk about this. In our Muslim-Jewish dialogue, which we've had since 1990-91 with the first Gulf War, intense, the Arabs were not coming to that. Why? Because it isn't a religious issue. We have people of all faiths. So from the Jewish perspective, I believe that most Jews want Israel's declaration of independence to be fulfilled, which speaks about the importance of peace with neighbors, of developing a shared society. We should never forget that the SS had on their belt, Gott mit uns, God is with us. And the Christian brothers of the Aryan nations, the white supremacist groups here, convince people that that kind of murder is just and is Christian, and we all know that it's not. So love is harder. Hate is easy. Propaganda is easy. And Goebbels taught everybody well, if you repeat the lies often enough, people will believe them. Lies about each one of our religions, or about minorities, or about the oppressed. And so I think if we can take that lesson, if we had 10 minutes to talk about how we're going to heal polarization and 2 minutes how to talk about how we would resolve the Middle East, to be continued.
And I'll jump in just here to say, whenever we have questions that are asked of 8 people, the question can get lost as we make our way along. And I think the wording of the question is really important. Certainly wouldn't expect anyone to solve the conflict in 2 minutes, but I think folks are interested in hearing what and we'll go to John next, what your faith tradition helps inform when it comes to reflections on the Middle East. And as an elected official, I'd be happy to answer questions about the politics of Canada's position. Certainly I am here for that and have been making that fairly known. But for now, we'll continue with our panelists, and over to you, John.
Great. I
think it's...
There we go. I'm going to be very quick and just build off what I said in my presentation, because I think all three of the practices that I described can be used here, applied here. One is the sense of gratitude. As faint as some of those lights are, we saw today some reasons to hope in the presentations and the answers that we've heard. I think we have to approach the Middle East with humility. I agree, the presentation was made earlier, the amount of ignorance that's out there, the amount of absolutely crazy things that people are saying, as opposed to saying, wow, this is a part of the world that's hurting, I want to understand more. And then the final part is the idea of hospitality. Can we put our differences aside, even for a second, to try to engage those that might have a different perspective? And if nothing more, try to understand why they're taking a certain position or saying a certain thing. And I think all three of those, which come from Christian tradition, can very much help us here in Canada try to at least grasp a little bit about the horrors that we're seeing there.
That was under time, John, unlike most politicians around these days. So
I'll take it back for
I'll make it even shorter by saying I concur with everything. No, I'm facetious. Swings of the pendulums. Pendulums do swing. Who would have ever thought, in a short context, Vietnam and USA would be best of friends, or France and Germany would be best of friends, or Japan and USA would be best of friends. So as a hopeless optimist, not speaking for my faith, but as an individual born into that faith by accident of birth, I see the resolution of this 500,000-year conflict coming to an end soon, sooner than we think. 7 million Israelis are not going to wish 7 million Palestinians away. 7 million Palestinians are not going to get the wish to have the Jewish population go away. They're there forever, for the time being. There's nothing that can be done to overcome that reality. What does happen, what is happening throughout history, the political, economic forces of the day dictate the narrative or influence the narrative of faith traditions, and Catherine, I'm using the word faith, not religion, because even humanism is a faith, it's a belief. So the narrative is dictated by the political, economic forces of the day. I'm not talking about 500 years ago, these days. And the narrative does not do justice of the political, economic forces to the population at large. And that is being recognized by the younger population on both sides in the conflict in the Middle East. And as Dr. Ken Mark has said, so articulated so well, the younger people, and even not so young, even in my age group, are understanding, coming to the conclusion that enough is enough. And there will be solutions found without the enablers on both sides. And that solution will be found, I can bet on that, within the next 25, 30 years. Thank you. So that was short. Maybe we can take another 2 or 3 minutes.
You're right on 2 minutes there. I think we're going to have the last comment on this from Catherine, from a humanist perspective.
Oh, there it is, yes. When I think about what's happening in the Middle East, as a humanist, I find it extremely heartbreaking. And whether the conflict is political or religious, it really doesn't matter. What I see is fear, I see anger, I see desire for power and control. Maybe it's for both. And the selfishness and the ignorance that abound are just
abhorrent. As a humanist, the way I see that we can possibly help resolve this conflict that's been going on for so long is to listen to what the other person says or the other nation says. We need to stop talking and start listening. What are their fears? Usually when people are aggressive like that, they're afraid of something. They're afraid of loss, afraid of losing control, afraid of the unknown. Whatever it is, let's get talking and understand what their fears are and how can we work together to resolve them. There's room for everybody. It's the only way we're going to have peace is to start listening to each other and helping each other.
Thank you, Catherine. Well, I just want to say that I appreciate each of your courage to sit on this stage together, to receive questions that weren't prepared in advance, and to offer your reflections on such a difficult matter. I'm told, I had a whisper in my ear saying it's not 3 questions, it's going to be 2 questions as a result of time and our interest in getting at least close to the intended end of this event. And so I'll ask just one more question, and I think this is a particularly special one that I think is important for us to be informed by. One attendee has asked, what would you say is the biggest misconception about your tradition? And would you be open to helping clarify that misconception for attendees? So this will be our last question, and I'm not sure if Reverend Ananda is passing the microphone on or getting help to make sure. Perfect, okay. So Reverend, we'll start with you again. That was pretty much right on the mark. Each of your answers was right around 2 minutes or so. And so I'll ask just for something similar, 2 minutes or so, on a particular misconception about your faith tradition and what you might want to share to help people understand that better.
Right. So I think it's a very interesting question, and I couldn't resist the urge to not comment on the previous question that we were answering with regard to the same question. That one of the things that I see is that the priests, the clergymen, they have been forever in this human history. The Neanderthals, 40,000 years ago, they had shamans who are doing the death ritual. So the priest was there with humankind from the time that it was there. Now what happens is this ideologies, they can be used politically. So that's how these wars seems to be starting from religions. But if you really look into that, the religions, if you study more religions, if you go into detail, you find that the difference is not the same. That's why I introduced that pyramid. If you look into different religions in depth, you see that it's very similar. There's meditation in Buddhism, and if you look at the Advaita Vedanta school of thought in Hinduism, which is very closer to what the Buddhists are saying in the beginning. Of course, there are subtle nuances. There are subtle nuances in all religions. But again, if you try to understand it in a more deeper sense, you find that the culture, beyond the cultural symbols, it's very similar. So when it comes to the biggest misconception about Buddhism, there's a huge mix-up with Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism. So especially so it's a very philosophical discussion, but I invite most other Buddhists actually to figure this out. When time passed by, when you go to a country and that country is practicing a particular religion or a faith, when another religion gets introduced to that country, it takes the shapes and forms of the previous existing religion also. So the biggest misconception about Buddhism is that it's not about oneness, it's not about Atman.
Thank you.
You know, considering that today 8 of the 17 questions that were received were about the Middle East conflict, and some questions were also received about, you know, the relationship between Islam and extremism, I would say that, of course, this is, and this remains, the biggest misconception about my faith. You know, initially in the introduction, I spoke about my own experience of, as a child, the very first time I paid attention to the news and the world outside of my own little planet that my parents had constructed for me. It was during the September 11th attacks. Hearing the words terrorism and terrorists for the first time, and then not only hearing them, but eventually having to deal with the notion that many people think that you're somehow complicit in the polarization of the world. You know, the religion of Islam does not promote terrorism. Those who say that Islam is a terrorist religion, nothing could be further from the truth. Francois Didier, he was a French journalist who was captured by ISIS in 2014, 2015. He spent 10 months in captivity. He would talk to his captors. He would, ask them, how do you justify beheadings? They wouldn't justify it according to the religion of Islam. They would say that we will continue doing whatever we want to do. He would ask them for copies of the Holy Quran. In 10 months, being under captivity of a group of self-proclaimed Muslims, he hadn't even seen a Holy Quran. After he was released, he said that there was no conversation about the Holy Quran because it has nothing to do with the Holy Quran. Take the example of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, which is, to me, of course, I'm a missionary of the community. We're also organizing this event. In 134 years since the establishment of this Ahmadiyya Muslim community, not a single man, woman, or teenager has ever joined any terrorist organization. And this isn't a coincidence. The single largest united Muslim group, united under one leader, and yet not a single member has ever committed a terrorist act. The reason for this is what I said before, is that the religion of Islam, it needs guided leadership. The caliph of our community, the founder of our community, the teachings that they convey, the true Islamic teachings that we are practicing today, they are the ones who are responsible for teaching us. And it's because of the motto of our community. And instead of telling you the motto, let me show you. I see some members, and I'm going to finish with this, I promise you. I see some members of the community with me here today. So let's show everybody what the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat actually is. I'll start the motto and you help me finish it. Love for all. Love for all. Love for all. That's love for all, hatred for none.
Thank you. Thank you for giving this chance for clearing misconceptions. It's a great platform. So the one that I would like to talk about today is mistaking the Sikhs, because the Sikhs are very unique in their outlook. They're not just saints, but they're also soldiers. So this is one unique concept of Sikhism that was introduced by the 10th Guru of Sikhs, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So up to 9th Guru, we were called Sikhs. We were following the Gurus, meditation, the scriptures, and everything part of our religion. But the 10th Guru initiated the Khalsa. So when the Sikhs get baptized, so you can baptize, like I would say, is a near word, not exactly the same. So they are also known as Khalsa. There are certain rules or certain things that Sikhs follows after getting baptized. For example, carrying ceremonial blade with themselves. Sometimes people get offended with that too. It's not just part of our religious faith. It's not just a faith article, but it's also for self-defense and also for protecting the one who is in need. So that's why Khalsa was initiated, and sometimes it gets difficult to, describe this concept of having two wings of the birds, having the spirituality, and then also preparing yourself as a soldier. So if you would like to read about it more, so this is what we are, Sant and Soldiers, Sikhism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's the whole list of all of the anti-Semitic tropes and canards that we would love to be able to disabuse because of the misunderstandings. But I think the main one historically, and I'm going to say there's now two because there's a second one, but the main misunderstanding historically is that Jews have wealth and power and are an international conspiracy that is out to control the world. That's, and these horrible, you know, like the protocols of the elders of Zion, the forgery in Russia, and then showing, you know, the snake of the Jews surrounding the world and all of that. This, you know, now this is when the Jews are one of the tiniest worldwide minorities, that they would have this stereotype of conspiracies, that when things go wrong, they can be blamed for the problems or controlling governments around the world and so on. And as a result of that, by the way, people think that there's so many more than there are because of these stereotypes. Many years ago, when we developed the Black Jewish dialogue, I'll never forget, Rabbi Marmer came to speak to some of the real activists in the Black community, and he said, "How many Jews do you think there are in Canada?" And they said, "Millions?" And at the time, there were something like 325,000 Jews in all of Canada. But that's also because of the stereotypes, because in the media, there's some sayings, if it's Jews, it's news, which reflects the kind of anti-Semitic bias, because for somehow there's this stereotype. So the conspiracy theories. Now, there's a shift. And the most common misunderstanding now, because of the new propaganda and because of the Middle East war and because of these theories, is that Jews are white, Western, white supremacist, colonial oppressors. And I think this is probably not only a travesty, but one of the biggest misunderstandings. Some of the trainers now we have to understand white privilege in a white-dominated society. That we all have to understand. But most Jews in the Middle East are not white, and white supremacists do not consider Jews to be white. And I remember one colleague in anti-racism, when he attended one of these sessions, and every white person was supposed to admit that they were white supremacists, he said, "I will not. White supremacists killed my family." So if you're talking about Nazis or the Klan or the Heritage Front, they're white supremacists, racists, who would be against all of us up here, right? So those are the two most common misunderstandings, and because people will believe anti-Semitic propaganda and anti-Semitic lies, mainly because they don't understand the systemic anti-Semitic society in which we've been raised.
Thank you.
I must confess, I'm feeling a little pressure here that I'm speaking on behalf of all Christians throughout the world. So I'm just going to answer it maybe a little more narrow, a little more personally, in terms of my experience in the classroom and what a lot of students think about in terms of Christianity and their belief that somehow Christians are a group of people who have a Bible that they go to thumb through to find the answer to all the world's problems. And when they find that answer, it's a definitive answer that's not open to debate and discussion. When the fact is, and I hope this came across in my remarks today, Christianity, when done right, has a certain humility to it, that we are not God's official spokespeople. And although Scripture is very, very important, we learn a lot through our traditions of our faith, but also our experience with the wider world and engaging with people and recognizing that each of us have their share of the truth. And again, I'm only speaking maybe perhaps a little more personally, this idea that we somehow know all of God and how God thinks and how God feels is something, I think a very, very bad view that I think students think Christians go through, when in fact, done properly, we should be humble, we should have our share of truth and recognize that, but we should certainly engage with the wider world in order to better understand it and better understand ourselves.
One of the misconceptions about Hinduism amuses us. To suggest that there are 3,000 gods, small g, is a misconception. They're not 3,000. They're 30,000, 300,000, 3 million. Simple reason being that the ultimate reality is neti, not this, not this, not this, not this. When all human attempts at trying to describe what the ultimate reality is, we may then get a glimpse, just a hint of what the ultimate reality is, because it is beyond description, beyond attributes. Now, having said that, we also are touchy, feely. A common person cannot conceive of being pious or otherwise without something concrete. Philosophically, yes, touchy, not this, not this, not this. So, those who've been to India, I was speaking to Gail, I don't know if she's here now, but vast majority of uneducated, uninformed, without the philosophical understandings, will create an image of something, a god, so to speak, worship it, and then let it flow in the river, or the sea, or the ocean. It served its purpose. So this notion of monotheistic and polytheistic, in this context of not something that is concrete, it is a consciousness, a reflection of that, just like the sun does not come to us at night, but sun's rays from the moon comes to us at night. Likewise, that which cannot be described by speech, uttered by speech, but that by which speech is expressed, that which cannot be understood or even explained by the mind, because it is that by which mind understands, that is the reflection of the consciousness. Neti, not this, not this, not this. So the notion of these gods, it amuses us. Because they're not 3,000, they're 3 million, 900 million. These mean nothing. They simply are touchy, feely to manifestation, something that is beyond our comprehension, beyond our reference, inference, otherwise. And we are imbued with the reflection of the ultimate reality in uttering, in being able to speak, in being able to think, by the power of the ultimate reality. Thank you.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Totally fair. Again, it takes a while to get across. Any misconceptions of your faith, tradition, or spirituality that others might hold that you'd like to take 2 minutes or less to help others understand the truth behind it?
I was saying to Imam that a word I forgot to mention in my presentation was the word competition. And I think that when you experience competition and you're not really fully aware of what's competitive that's taking place, like is indigenous traditional spirituality and organized religion, is one better than the other? And I think that with us indigenous people, we forgot to think in competitive terms when we were preserving and carrying on the traditions that we had in spite of the onslaught of various competitions towards our people. And now I think that most people aren't aware about why indigenous spirituality is so attractive to people. And we are experiencing this almost flood of people coming to our ceremonies and traditional practices like smudging, sweat lodge, fasting camps, Sundance, etc. In my little story about how God got here, I went to my teacher, William Nevin, who's also a Sundance chief. He has no education. He got kicked out of residential school because he wasn't the nicest looking child, and the teachers thought, the nuns who were running the place thought he was too stupid, so they kicked him out. And so he has no formal education. And I asked him this question. I said, William, what was the first thing that the Creator said to God when God got here? And he said, Creator looked at God and said, welcome.
One last reflection from Catherine with a humanist perspective on a potential misconception.
One of the most prevailing misconceptions about humanism is that it's a faith or a belief system. Humanism is a way of life that is based on reason, ethics, caring for others, and wanting to do good because we care. Most humanists are either atheist or agnostic, so the concept of God is they have no God beliefs, or it doesn't matter. What unites humanists all over the world is our sense of wanting to help others, wanting to be good, not because we're going to get some reward, or punishment after death, because we want to, because we value this life that we live. So much so that we feel this kinship with others in reason and compassion, and we are empathetic. And again, going back to the Middle East, that's why it's so heartbreaking, because there's that breakdown in that universal reason and kindness, and that's not going to be peaceful in any way.
Thank you, Catherine. That concludes the question and answers, at least in a large group format like this. And so I'll invite Nabil up for a word of thank you.
Thank you, and assalamu alaikum. Distinguished speakers and ladies and gentlemen, as the event coordinator of the 41st World Religions Conference, it is my pleasure to present this vote of thanks. First and foremost, our thanks is always to Almighty God, who gave us the strength and motivation to hold such a conference. An event of this nature involves tremendous support and coordination from different faiths and philosophical groups. Hence, there is not enough I can say to thank so many organizations that have helped us organize this event. Many thanks to Martin Luther University College and Wilfrid Laurier University for their support and their cooperation in providing for this conference. We are lucky to have great partners for this conference, and this speaks of the great diversity this region has. We have set a great example for the world to follow, which demonstrates our collective cohesiveness and ability to breathe in the same air. We thank our speakers for their wonderful insight on today's topic, healing our polarized world. We are thankful to our moderator and chair, MP Mike Morris, for doing a tremendous job in keeping us on time. We are sure he has learned quite a bit to take back to the Parliament from all the speakers. Last but not least, I would like to especially thank and acknowledge all the volunteers for their hard work and dedication. This event could not have been possible without the immense hours that all the volunteers presented for the success of this event. At this time, I request the conference chair, Muhammad Shahab Khokar Sahib, to please join me on stage. I also invite, I see a few vice presidents here, Vice President Amir Sheikh Sahib, along with Vice President Abdul Rashid and Vice President Farhan Khokar to join as well. And at this time, we're going to give a small token of our appreciation to the speakers. First, I think the first one is for Venerable Ananda, representing Buddhism. Okay. The next one is for Imam Izaz Khan from WAN, representing Islam. Next is Professor Komal Kaur, representing Sikhism. Next is Dr. Karen Mock, representing the Jewish philosophies of Judaic religion. Dr. John Malloy, representing Christianity. Representing Hinduism, Chandar Khanna. Representing the indigenous, Professor Malcolm Solis. And representing the humanists, Catherine Demieux. And I think we can't forget our moderator, Mike Morris, please. I think Catherine, if she's still here, or she had to leave, the principal from the, but there are a few volunteers from Martin Lutheran, including John Malloy. So I think John Malloy. Christine is here. Okay, Christine, there she is. Christine, very good. Okay, Christine on behalf, so we really like to thank her and her college, University College, for the support and help they have provided in obtaining this facility as well as promotion of the event. Thank you very much. Thank you. We would also like to thank our many partners for their continued help and support, and I think we can show I don't have enough time to say the whole list because there are about 40 partners, so the ones that are you can see on the screen. At this time, I would invite all the volunteers for a photo op and the speakers to gather behind the speakers, otherwise the photo is not going to be seen. So everybody can gather. We will have all the members of the organizing committee as well as all the volunteers to gather, and we just have a quick photo op. Mike, you can also stand. And you got a picture. Are we sitting? We only have 30 seconds, so whoever thinks he's a volunteer, come on stage. Right now is the time to get yourself famous. So while the volunteers gather, there is a gift that we have for the speakers. That's a little gift made by one of our friend Michael, which is handmade souvenir that he actually crafted himself for the moderator and the speakers. And he thinks that this something was hidden in a secret, and then he just made these little things, and he's presented it for all the speakers. So a little hand of applause for our friend Michael. So I think we have the full group. So if the photographers are done, yes. Yeah. So there are some ladies who are upstairs. I think they won't be able to make it. But we recognize their volunteer services as well. So if the photographers are done, we can have them leave. All right, thank you very much. Thank you guys. The World Religions Conference can only happen with the help of the committed and dedicated work of these volunteers. Now a little word for the next year. The World Religions Conference for next year is going to be held and probably sometime in October, November of 2024. Yeah, we have after we're going to have one little item left, which is the draw, which the moderator is going to do for next year's speaker lineup. But before that, there is a little. So he's going to do the draw after I finish off here. I just wanted to thank the audience for their patience and for their participation and making our event a success. Thank you very much, and assalamu alaikum. God bless you all. Thank you. No, you can just do it here, so it's recorded. Just let people go. So let's do the draw here.
Okay,
We want to record it, right?
Okay, just for the recording here, for those who are really keeping their eyes on the draw for next year, we're going to do the official draw for the order of the speaker lineup for next year. I can tell you're all waiting with bated breath. The first speaker for next year will be. Can I pass that to Nabil?
Yeah.
This is the first one right here.
And there is a multi-faith silent prayer at the end. Just if you can wait a couple minutes, and then you can have dinner.